Hold a drone and get shot by an arrow. What, at point blank or at any range? I know about the point blank thing. That's on my to-do list. Is there some like specific interaction for it at any range? Like if I stand here, what'll happen? Any range. It hits. Drones eat arrow shots. This fucking game, dude. Most critters, to be clear, do not eat like arrow shots. So let's spawn some critters. Let's do a little bit more science here. Let me get rid of these noisemakers first. God, these fuckers are so loud. Stop. Stop. Quit making noise. That means you too. I didn't have God mode on. I turned it on when I realized I was running out of health. But that's fine. We can just go back and do this again. We have God mode on this time. I have my crutch. You could see it in the top. I turned it on at the very end. But I was too late to be a true God gamer. I'm sorry, alright? I'm washed. We've been over this before. Arrow trap. Alright, let's spawn a menagerie of critters and see which ones set it off. Give yourself 99 HP. Yeah, why not? I'm gonna die to spikes, probably, is what's gonna happen. I need to make a mod that's just like an infinite onk, or go download one that probably exists already. Just so that if I do accidentally die in a level like this, I just respawn. Alright, critter, dung beetle, butterflies don't do anything. Snail. Beesh. Anchovy crashes, I need to spawn a flock. Doesn't do anything. Locust doesn't do anything. Penguin, nothing. Firefly, nothing. Drone we know does. Slimes don't. Move? Wait. Okay, so none of them set it off. But holding a drone causes the drone to eat the shot. So no critters set off arrow traps. Not even drones. But holding a drone for some reason does something. Let me go down here. I mean, I have to know which critters do this now. Okay, Locust, you're next. Okay, that just passes through. I think I need to add an arrow trap to my list. Hold on. Okay, that one also passes through. Maurice, what did you name it? How long did that thing even survive? What did you even name? Alright, we got arrow trap. Anyways, the other critters. Why can't I move any? Oh, it still has focus. Now let's do these in order. So dung beetle, I'm pretty sure doesn't work. Dung beetle doesn't block the arrow. Because it's very annoying to do it like this. Butterfly. Does not block the arrow. The slimes are named Maurice. Oh, right. I feel like I remember this from somewhere, but I don't remember what the context was exactly. Okay, snail. Did we try a snail? Let me just make a pool of critters first, and then I'll come back for this. Critters, we're not doing that. Crab. We tried locust already, I think, but I'll throw it in the web just in case. All of you in the web. We'll just pick them out one at a time from the grab bag. Locust, penguin. Firefly, we already have one up there. Down here. Drone we know works, and then slimes. I think I tried that, but now we've got everything. Do I know about the remote? I do know about that. I'll show that just for shits and giggles. Alright, so, let's renew the arrow trap. Doesn't work. Now let me add a semi-solid here just so I can stand a little further to the left. Boy am I scuffing my inputs. Okay, that one bounced off, and to be clear, the arrow would break if the thing I was holding absorbed. I just squished something somehow, and I have no idea how I did it. Nope, that doesn't work. Well, there go the rest of them. We can't have nice things, can we? Penguins don't work. I'll try locust again in a moment. Butterflies don't work. I keep doing that. I need to see if there's a way to turn off that setting. I don't want it to auto-select the last thing I picked. That doesn't work, and then which one did I kill? I think I killed the fish, so let me spawn a fish. No, not that. Those won't work. Let's see if the critter fish works. Critter fish doesn't work. Locust, because I'm not 100% certain I did that one, even though I'm pretty sure I... Dumbass. Even though I'm pretty sure I did. Alright, and then drone. I don't know why this interaction would exist. This just strikes me as another, like, stupid bug, but I think I know why it happens. It's because the drone is the only critter in the game that has a body when you kill it. And you'll see what I mean by that in a second. Alright, so I have God mode turned off in this situation. That's the body of the drone right there. And I think this, they're ahead of me. I'm washed. What can I tell you? To be fair, I didn't read chat before I came to that conclusion. Let's see. You think it's because the drone has an animation for getting hit in him? Yeah, it's the body. This right here. I think the criteria for whether or not a held thing in your hands breaks an arrow is whether or not the thing in your hands would leave a body after being damaged by that arrow. I think that's the check that the game does for that interaction, which is very obtuse and bizarre, and it results in the one critter that has a body in this game blocking arrows, which doesn't matter because you never encounter these in a level with arrow traps, but it gives you some interesting insight into how this game works. But that's my speculation. Why does critter tech work? Well, in that case, am I correct in assuming that the arrow doesn't break on the critter if that happens? Let's pivot to critter tech. I think that's the next thing that I want to do. The Axo said to check DMs for some reason. Very disruptive. This better be good. Why is your name just B with an ellipsis at the end? What is it with you people? Oh god, what the fuck is this? Is this shit post? Streamer mode does... Oh my god, it does do that. Since when does streamer mode do that? Is that new? Well, it only does it for some people, not all of them. Some of the people I have on this list, it doesn't do that. I have no goddamn idea. Whatever. Anyways, we got a meme. Can I just copy a link to this? I don't want to try to show it on stream. Actually, that's going to be a DM link. I don't even know if that'll work. Whatever. You know what, Axo? You post it in the chat if you would like people to see the meme. I'm pretty sure I have all links enabled. I'll just ban you if you post like a goatsy or something. Please don't do that. So as somebody, I guess, whoever made this meme named it Maurice, and that's canonically the name. You would never? I would hope not. That would be such a stupid thing to get banned over. Yeah, like it's funny to laugh at a good goatsy as much as like the next guy. If you see the goatsy in like Tears of the Kingdom or the one in the Super Mario movie, don't actually look at goatsy. Don't do that. If you don't know what it is, let me just tell you what it is. It is a man putting his hands in his asshole and extending it to be as big as possible. So now that you know what it is, you can make the educated decision for yourself of whether or not you need that in your life. It is revolting. I have seen it. My virginity has been taken. I know what the goatsy looks like. Do not look up what a goatsy is if you do not want to see that. If you do want to see that, I'm happy I could assist you. I'm not going to stop talking. No, I feel like this is one of those things where if you tell kids not to look at something, they're just more likely to look at it. It is disgusting. They were going to look at it anyways. Maybe by telling somebody what it actually is, they will not look at it anymore. That is my hopeful service to the world. Do not look at goatsy. Do not look at Lemon Party either. Those are the shock images to avoid. Oh god. No, don't worry, Dad. This is a a mature stream for mature audiences, and we're talking about mature things, like the Goatsy in the Super Mario movie, because that just happened to be when you decided to pop in. But hello, welcome to my chat. I don't know if you've been here this whole time. I don't think you have. I know you were streaming earlier. Is Kiki's? No one here is a first-time chatter for a while. I think Dad raided me ages ago, and I was having Comcast problems. Like, that was an eternity ago. And that was the day that Comcast was just shitting the bed. So it was a very sad raid and a very sad stream. Luckily, we have not had issues today because I put up the totem. I'm standing in the anti-sea bear circle right now, and Comcast has cooperated for my entire stream. They've been fairly good ever since they redid their infrastructure because they just finally fucking had to do it. You're just seeing what can get you banned. I didn't even read your chat message. You're gonna have to try harder than that. I didn't even read your chat. It's hard to get banned by me if I don't even see what you typed. If you were inviting me to arena, then no. No, I'll pass. We're not doing arena. We're not doing co-op today. We're doing science right now. We just had to talk about Goatsy for a minute or two. Neglecting chat. Look, I told you I'm a bad streamer. Please put my name in, and I'm like 80% more likely to see it. You're finally about to escape your shit ISP. I mean, my question for you is, are you going to a different shit ISP or a good one? Because honestly, it's often like the devil I know is the situation here. Like, I could switch ISPs and the competitor could be just as shitty as Comcast. So I'm just like, you know what? Comcast has been working for a long time. I'm just going to go ahead and let it be. Is there a good one? There are some indie like ISPs in some states, like in certain like cities and like counties and stuff. There are indie ISPs which are like have contracts to use the infrastructure of the bigger ones, but they're run by a small company, and the small company isn't shitty, and you'll like actually talk to a human person that like knows the language you're speaking if you like just call them. They can happen. They do exist, but you're very unlikely to get one unless you're in like a fairly big like a big city area probably, and with some like progressive legislature. If you're just in like just a full-on like Republican, like Comcast owns the government state, it's never going to happen. Like, it's just how it is. What's the science I'm doing? We were just testing some critter lizard interaction jank, and then we're now testing whether or not critters can block arrow traps consistently, because there's a different interaction that happens there. So I can fill you in on the lizard thing very quickly because it's very simple. Take this lizard. Game, please. Stun lizard. Set God mode on before I screw this up. Set the lizard to be stunned for like 18 minutes. Stun timer equals 65. This is just a recap of what happened before, because it's very fast to show and it's amusing. So now the lizard is stunned for a long time. If you drop a dung beetle on it, dung beetle just bounces. Like, the lizard will try to eat the dung beetles for 1 frame, and then they just won't. And this happens, and it's very silly looking. So there we go. We'll just leave that there while we do the rest of the science for anybody who steps in and wonders what in the world is going on. Let's move these here. There you go, kids. Okay, you guys can watch that. If what I'm doing is not interesting, we have Lizard TV over on the left side for the next like 18 minutes. So let's go ahead and test this now. So for this one, I definitely need God mode to be turned off. We have 99 health. We don't need mid BG selected. Mid BG, my beloved. And I'm just gonna pulp all these arrows to get them out of the way. Break the left tile. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's more action there. You know, you're right. That's a good idea, actually. It turns around now. Just put it like this. Okay, there's Lizard TV for anybody who's tired of my bullshit. You can watch that instead. Alright, so arrow traps. So let's get some context on this. Actually, let me catch up on chat first. Make sure I'm not being a bad streamer like I know I am. Mello's stuck in Optimum's turf. Is Optimum an ISP? I've actually never heard of that one, but I just assume that it's a toxic ISP. Anything that has the name Optimum, or like Xfinity is the one I'm working with, or CenturyLink, like all these like epic, networky, amazing, they're all trash. They're all terrible. This is just the nature of internet service providers. Like, Comcast can call itself Xfinity, it's still Comcast, it's still the same trash that it was fucking 25 years ago when they mostly provided cable TV. the things, it's just how things are. The technology has gotten better, but they will only upgrade when they absolutely have to. Alright, anyways, let's see, what do we got? We got Jay. Oh, Jay, I don't think I've seen you chatting yet. The arrow spawns beyond where it would hit the player, but the game has it collide with one entity. That's what we're going to test here. If you're talking about holding a critter and then falling in front of a trap. And I think that might have been the same thing that happened with like the laser traps, but we'll see in a second here. You know what, let's just go, let's show what I'm talking about first. So here's the classic situation, dung beetles. Let me spawn a million dung beetles so I can step on all of these. So if you grab a dung beetle, I have God mode turned off, and drop it in front of an arrow trap, that is the interaction that happens. And we're here to figure out why. So just to be clear, I don't have God mode on. I would get hit if I dropped in front of this arrow trap without a dung beetle in my hands. But if I do this, I need to get the arrow trap restocking mod, but if I do this, you can see the arrow trap's active because of the hitbox there. I'm fine. I also somehow fucked up my camera. There we go. Let's see, what do you got? 7? Optimum is Spectrum. I have heard of Spectrum. But I mean, it's good to dead name your ISPs, because don't let them pretend that they're not the shitty fucking ISP that they were before. Comcast is going to be Comcast forever, and they can rebrand all they want. They are still Comcast, and they are still terrible arrow traps. I knew there's a mod for that. I will look into that at some point, but I didn't think we would be doing this, and it's not going to take me that much effort to just keep reloading this arrow trap. Gugabow, yeah, Guga has a lot of like good like utility mods for like practicing stuff. I'll have to, you know what, I'm gonna write that one down. I'll either download that mod or I'll add it to my toolbox if I have like a more easy way to do it. I might want to put a timer on it. But either way, I'll look into that and see if I can have that prepped next time. Okay, so anyways, this is the scenario. So one thing that we should always test in these situations is it's symmetrical. So we're gonna take this arrow trap and turn it around. This right here would be a good reason to get the mod. This right here would be a good reason to get this mod. How the fuck do you spawn an arrow trap facing left and have the collision range? Okay, never mind. That must be an Overlunky bug. It's actually on the correct side. Yeah, okay, it's on the correct side already. It's just, I think that's an Overlunky bug. God, why do they go off when you appear in front of them and not when you move? For most entities, it's when you move. But for the player specifically, if a player just exists in that range, you just get shot instantly. It doesn't matter what the conditions are. Alright, so the arrow's actually on the left side, even though the indicator would suggest otherwise. So does this work the same way? I'm gonna give myself an onk just in case I accidentally crush myself into a wall, just so I don't have to worry about that. What? Huh? Facing left? I haven't triggered it. No, we just tested that. Or wait, oh, the activation range is on the right. But it shoots left. Put a block to the right and then spawn it in, maybe. No, not it. We just can't have nice things, chat. Alright, we gotta go in. We gotta go in deeper. No, not this one. I'm pulling out the big guns here. Alright, how does this work? What are the parameters? It's just arrow shot. I wonder if toggling arrow shot would do anything, or if there are some functions that I need to trigger for this. So let's set arrow shot to true and then false again. Let's see if that spawns a new trigger. That did not spawn a new trigger. Okay, so there is more to it than this. Let me check the Overlunky docs. Script API. Arrow trap. This is a programming stream now, kind of. You don't get to see the programming, but that's what's going on in the background. We have a rearm function. That's probably what I need. Okay. Okay, rearm. So let's trigger it and then let's rearm it. Rearm. I promise I know how to type. Did that work? Yes, it did. Okay, there we go. We got it. We got it. It's fixed. We don't need the tester open right now. Let me close all this before it causes issues. Okay, we have a rearm command that we can use now. So I should be able to get this to work. I could probably set these to rearm like every few frames or something if I wanted to. Same interaction. Alright, so let's test with the left-facing arrow trap because it's easier. So we can just rearm these. We know the dung beetles work. Now let's watch it frame by frame and see if we can figure out why it happens. So any part of my model enters this, the arrow trap shoots. Did that even collide with the critter? I don't even know if I was close in enough. That arrow is not even on the critter. So this must be the first frame, like while the arrow is generating and it's in this spot. I think I might have a way to select that entity if I'm clever about this. I think maybe the first frame of the arrow when it's here is when that happens. But then the question would be, why did the arrow not hit me? Do I own this arrow? That's when you see jank like this, you ask yourself, do you own the object that is not colliding with you? So let's have a look at the arrow. Do I have like an indirect chain of ownership with this arrow? Is that the reason why this isn't working? Okay, so I own the arrow. But does the dung beetle own the arrow? I wonder if this is like ownership jank. Because of course you do, yeah. Let's see here. I think there's 2 ownership values, and it's only showing 1, which makes me wonder then. Or is this a matter of like on the first frame I own it, and then on the next frame I don't? Let's advance 1 frame. So the arrow is out of my hitbox, and those are just blood droplets from that. So this is normal. I own it. So what entity do I have selected? I think it's owner UID. We don't have one. And then there's last owner UID. I don't know if these are very well named. Yeah, that's me. That's my character entity right there. These are related to the entity chain. I don't think last means previous. I think last means like the bottom of the stack of ownership. But I'm not 100% certain if that's what this actually symbolizes. Some things use one, some things use the other, because this game is inconsistent. So, let's see. We need to set this off again, I think, and try a slightly different test scenario. So let me get myself back into the ledge hang. I'll rearm the arrow trap. The beetles are just still over there. Oh god, I forgot about that. I just like noticed them when I paused it again. They're just still there. The last was just not understanding. It is possible that we didn't understand what that did. There are variables like stand counter and like idle timer and stuff that I think are also poorly named, but nobody knew what they did initially. And the ones that got published, the names have kind of stuck. Like maybe potentially in the future, if we figure out exactly what last owner UID actually means, somebody might add a new name for it and the old one will be deprecated. But that's not terribly important to do, and the old one has to keep working for the sake of scripts, like scripts compatibility, so there's not much to be done about it except just try to be careful when you name stuff in the API. Because whatever you pick, it's probably going to be stuck. It'll break someone's work. That fucking happened when I wanted to fix the laser timers. I don't know if anybody saw that conversation in the tool devs for the laser trap timers, where the laser trap timer was like horrendously fucked up. And it was like a boolean and then a byte, but the actual value is just a short integer. And I changed it to a short integer. Immediately, someone's workflow was broken by that change, and we had to add reverse compatibility for the byte and the boolean instead. It was very silly. But this is just software development. This is how the rules work for these things. So as a result, if you actually go to the... let me find this, just for anyone who actually gives a shit. I think it's called Laser Trap. Oh yeah, you can't see it because they're not in the UI anymore, but there's a timer field for laser traps. But then I think there was like... what was it? There was like timer cycle 2 and then like shot timer or something. Like those were the two variables, and it was literally a misinterpretation of the value being a 2-byte timer. So these things happen. You be very careful when you're updating the API. XKCD. I already know what this is without even clicking on it. Yep, there it is. If you like XKCD, or even if you don't, but you like software development, or even if you don't, you know, just click on that link. It's a funny bit. It gives you some insight into what it's like to develop software. You will break shit for somebody, no matter what change you make. If your change is public facing, or even if you don't think it's public facing, somebody depends on it and will get upset with you for breaking it. Okay, that's been our rants for the day about software development. So anyways, let's see, what do I need here? State.next, I think it's next entity UID. Okay, so here's the reason why I want this. First of all, is this getting pulled constantly? No, it looks stable. That means we don't have a lot of torches in the level. You have an idea for your next follower email? Yeah, go for it. Bank some ideas. So the reason why I'm interested in this ID is because this arrow is going to exist, I think, on the frame that it spawns, but it's going to be in an incomplete state. And I wonder if that's going to have any interesting interactions. S. Alright, so let's drop. Alright, so I think the arrow exists already because you can see that the entity ID incremented. Wait, that's under the... Oh, that's under the Comcast text. Hold on. Hold on. Bad streamer alert. Bad streamer alert. Nobody told me, but bad streamer alert. Now that I want you to actually read that stuff, we're not removing Comcast, we're just moving it. This is not going anywhere. Comcast stays for the rest of the stream. We're putting it there now. This is like the third time I've moved it today. It's just always in the way of something. Okay, there we go. You can read that now. So you can see the entity ID went up. That arrow exists now, and I'm wondering what interesting properties that arrow might have now that it's spawned in. Yeah, good streamer alert. I noticed it. Thank you, Dad, for the follow. Appreciate that. If this is interesting to you folks, I do a lot of science on my streams. I'm not actually like good at video games, so I just do this kind of stuff instead. I mean, to be fair, I did get a fairly decent AJE run today, by my standards. But it's literally like 5 times slower than world record. Or I think 4 times slower. This is mad interesting. I'm happy to hear that. Like, people enjoy this, and I very much enjoy doing these science streams. So let's go find our arrow friend. So even though I can't select it and the hitbox isn't showing up, there should be an arrow with entity ID 5115. So let's go find it and see what its properties are. And there is indeed an arrow. And if you look at its flags 2, I think, this one right here, these 2 flags are the ones that, like, there's a weird intermediate state for entities that spawn in the middle of a frame that involves these 2 flags. As you can see by the question marks here, even the tool devs don't exactly know, like, what this means. But generally speaking, when an entity spawns during a frame, it always has this flag, and then it switches to this flag 1 frame later. That's typically what I see happen when I look at that info. And I'm only just starting to understand that because there's some very peculiar jank that happens if you mess with those flags on the frame that an entity spawns. But here's where the arrow is right now. It's not on the dung beetle at all. So on the next frame, let's see what happens here. On the next frame, what happens is I fall down. Like the physics engine is going to update all of these entities. I'm going to fall down. The beetle is going to come with me. And then the arrow should move forward. And the question here is, how does the arrow hit the beetle, and why does that not hit the character holding the beetle during this interaction? So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to let it play out. Let me just check the ownership chain. The arrow is not owned by anything, which is interesting because I did... Or no, never mind, it is owned. I was reading the thing on the top. The arrow is owned by me. Let's see... I need to do it like this. I don't want to select this entity because it might cause problems, so let's do it like this. Let's see if this is any different. I think this is the same. Okay, so it might not be ownership jank because I believe this is what the arrow looks like when it spawns normally. So let's see here. Does it only work when you drop from a ledge, or can you do it jumping towards the wall? I don't know. We're going to try a few things. Like, we're going to try jumping up into the arrow trap as well. Now, Jay's saying it works for both. I don't know what you mean by jumping towards the wall. I assume you need to be pressed into the wall when the arrow trap goes off, and I'm assuming that's the only requirement for this to work. But I'm not sure. We're going to test both. So the owner UID thing hasn't changed at all. Nothing interesting going on there. So if we go open the flags, more flags is where it is. You can see here, on the next frame, it switches to done spawning. This also works with a 1 HP lizard. Well, we tested that earlier. The 1 HP lizard thing had to do with like the lizard changing its state. Like, what do you mean by this works with a 1 HP lizard? You mean you're holding it in your hands, or the dung beetle does something to the lizard? Because it stunned. Okay, so you're saying that maybe anything that the arrow doesn't collide with might do this on the first frame. I think that's a good first insight. So let's try that. Let's look into that. This lizard, how much health does this lizard have? You know, I don't want to disturb the lizard, so let me get another one. Right, I don't have God mode on. Let me zoom my camera out a bit as well. We don't need it in this far. That should be good. Okay, so let's stun this asshole. So the lizard here has 2 HP, which means it will die if it gets hit by an arrow. Let's see if that's sufficient to make this interaction happen. So let me rearm the arrow trap. This is where Gugabo's mod would be really nice to have. And let's see what this interaction looks like. So I set it off. It hits the lizard. I don't get stunned. Okay, so this is not unique to dung beetles. It's just this is usually, I think, when people see this happen. And if you're carrying anything with a body, the body always eats the arrow shot. But this situation is giving me 1 frame of immunity to the arrow. My theory for this is it has something to do with the arrow only being able to hit 1 entity per frame. If I had to guess right now, that would normally hit you. In fact, let's show that. Because every now and then I say something like that and then I'm wrong. So let's go ahead and do that. We need a lizard. Lizard, please. I need frame advance or it's gonna wake up. It took too long to grab it because there's fucking arrows all over the ground. There we go. Okay, so do that. Drop, rearm there. That lizard does not have a rearm function. I'm glad that just threw an error. Alright, so where was I? My brain just turned off. No, I need to be away from the arrow trap to demonstrate this. So if I'm over here, not pressed into the wall, holding the lizard, it goes through the lizard and then it hits me on the next frame is what happens there, and then I get stunned. That's what I wanted to show. If you drop it at the same time, the lizard won't be pressed into the wall anymore if I do that. But that would be something to test, is do I have to be holding the entity in order for the interaction to work in my favor? Let's see. Okay, we have a few paths we can go down in the rabbit hole here. Let's think about what would be the most insightful one. There's another squishy entity that you can hold, and that is the flying fish. So let's make sure that this feels consistent here. If you have one of these guys, let's see if this guy can also do it. So we'll start with that. Let's try a few entities and see if this feels consistent. Because so far, critters, lizards, and flying fish are entities you can hold that do not leave bodies when they die. Scorpion, that's another one. So we'll try a few different ones. We could try eggplant as well, because eggplant gets damaged while it's in your hands. So we might attempt eggplant as well. Maybe pots. I don't remember how that interaction works with pots. So we'll try a few things and see if we can identify a pattern. And if we can't, then we'll see if holding an object matters. Yeah, eggplant is not a monster. It kind of is. It ruins runs. Once again, I need to select... You know what? This is not going to change. Let me just set the rearm to always be this entity. I need to add a new widget to my toolbox that just does this for me, but only for specific arrow traps, not like all of them in the level, so I can add like timers and stuff to them. Does the snake live? Wait, what? I don't know, you can't hold snakes. I don't think you can pick them up even if they're frozen. They're like flagged as not something you could pick up. Alright, so arrow trap goes off. Yeah, the fish eats it. So we have another one. We're gonna try this with scorpion. And we're gonna try it with eggplant. Or Joel. Yeah, I know that one. I know the fish is named Joel. Because all fish are named Joel in video games for some reason. I think I have a Joel better. I'm pretty sure I have the Joel emote for 7TV if you want to spam Joel in the chat, but he is no longer with us. So this scorpion has 1 health. It eats the hit. I do not get hit. There we go. There's the Joels. What's wrong with the lizard? Don't worry about the lizard. The lizard is this is like just the sideshow. If you're tired of what I'm doing over here, just watch the lizard. Entertain your lizard reptilian brains by watching this lizard deflect dung beetles. Frozen shopkeeper. Yeah, I'm getting to that. What I'm gonna do is test everything I could think of that doesn't leave a body that this might work with. So that does actually leave an interesting point. So let me test something that's not normally possible. Let's give Joel 255 health. So Joel can survive getting hit by an arrow now. I wonder if this will prevent it from working, because this entity is no longer going to die when I do this interaction. So my guess is this is going to eat the arrow shot as though I was holding a body, is what I think is going to happen here. Rather than the arrow passing through. I think it'll tank it. Yep, that's what happened. It tanked it as though it was a body. So it doesn't have to do with whether the entity leaves a body normally, it just has to do with whether the damage interaction would have left a body for the thing that you killed, or for the thing that you hit with the arrow, seems to be what it is. It's almost like the game looks forward to see like whether or not this arrow shot would kill the thing that you're holding and whether that thing would leave a body if it was or was not killed. Like, I almost feel like the game has like some forward insight into that, and I wonder if I'm overcomplicating this and there's a more simple check. But from the player's perspective, the general rule is if the thing in your hands would still be there after the arrow hits you, it'll hit the thing in your hands instead, or rather after the arrow hits it, it'll hit the thing in your hands. Otherwise, it'll hit you. Seems to be how this interaction works. It tries to hit one thing per frame. That's where I think we're going with this. In that case, I just got hit by the broken arrow. So you're pinging me. What, for the 1 frame thing? Let's see. Did I miss any other messages? I want to try Frozen Shopkeeper for sure, or Caveman, because that means that it no longer leaves a body, and I wonder if the game can detect that. Put a dozen snakes in front of it, and a dozen 3 tiles away. You want to see if it only hits like 1 snake at a time? That might be the correct direction to go in this. Let me try one more thing with the body test. Let's spawn a caveman and freeze the caveman. And then we're gonna stack entities, because I think we're all like converging on the same idea. I meant to spawn a freeze shot on him, not a freeze ray. Is it just ice shot? What is it? What is this shot object called? Freeze ray shot. Okay. I think I saw it there too, and I just didn't click on it. It didn't register in my brain for some reason. So let's see. We need to make this guy stay frozen while I do this. 86. Freeze timer. Freeze time. Frozen timer. There we go. Got it. 3rd try. 255. All right, that should give us plenty of time to pick this guy up and bring him in front of the ice. All right, so let's see if this guy does the same thing. He's not going to leave a body, but he has enough health to survive this shot. Let's see if that also causes this interaction to happen. So fall down a bit. Grab the ledge, rearm the arrow trap. So far, I haven't forgotten to rearm the arrow trap. I'm proud of myself. Yep, okay, so it's literally just, was it going to leave a body after the arrow hit it? Decides whether or not the arrow breaks. So that's consistent with what we would expect, and that lines up with everything I've held in my hands that the arrow can destroy in 1 hit. I do not get hit by the arrow, and it passes through. Everything I can hold in my hands that does not get destroyed in 1 hit, if I'm pressed into the wall, the arrow breaks off of that entity instead of me. And then anything that the arrow would kill in 1 hit and doesn't leave a body, if I'm not pressed into the wall, I get hit by the arrow on the frame after it collides with that entity. This game is sensibly programmed. Not. So, the next thing that we wanted to test, which is I think what we were all getting at here, is how does this work? How many entities? Is it just one entity at a time? So let's spawn a few snakes over here and then a few over there. And let's see what this looks like. They're not going to be moving, and unlike the player, the arrow trap should not instantly go off on these snakes. So they're just going to sit here because they're on a one-tile spot. Pose, don't leave a body? Yeah, Jess submitted another emote, and it's cute, so we're going to have that emote as a follower emote until it gets replaced like 4 cycles later. Pots don't leave a body. You're right, we didn't try pots. Did I try eggplant? I didn't try eggplant either. Let me put those down now. We'll do the snake thing, and then we'll go back to the eggplants to see if they behave differently. These are the things that I usually see get damaged out of the player's hands. So let's go ahead and see how this interaction looks. So for some fucking reason, players trigger these instantly, snakes do not. Don't know why, life's not fair sometimes. Let's go ahead and set this off. That hit every single snake. All of them. So that's not it. Back to the drawing board, folks. That hit every snake in the stack. There's more to it than this. It's not as simple as we were hoping. Yeah, it must be an interaction. I'm wondering if it has to do with... Here's what we do next. We test eggplants to see if we learn anything interesting from this. And then we test this with a single entity overlapping the player, both pressed into this, but the player's not holding the entity. I want to see if it has to do with the entity being held or not. So that's the other thing that we'll test. We've got 2 leads that we can try here. You've seen it happen with a spider dropping onto a snake. It's possible that there's something to do with it, but I don't know. You've seen it with spider dropping... Wait, which survived? Who survived? The snake or the spider? Hold a snake. I would have to struggle to set up an entity that lets me do that. Maybe one of them. I'm wondering if it has to do with being pressed into the wall. It could be like the first frame, but snakes are thick. Like, I love thick snakes as much as the next guy, but I'm wondering if maybe we need a narrower entity. Because maybe the snakes got hit, like, because they were too wide and they protruded all the way up to the right. Maybe the snake needs to be spawned exactly on grid. I mean, I'm not exactly on grid. I wonder why that would matter. I mean, we could try it while we have the snake set up. Okay, they should be snapping now. Okay, they're on grid now. They're all going to spawn in the exact same spot. Literally identical. They all have the same coordinates, like down to floating point precision. So we'll try that. Let me just set it off. So what's worth noting is this is the frame in which the item in my hands would have been killed. And then this is the frame, I think, where I would have been hit, if I recall correctly. Or does it... No, it spawns in, and then it kills the entity, and then it would hit me if I wasn't pressed into the wall. They're not pressed against the wall. That is correct. We're going to test that in a bit. But first, let me do this. Let me get this out of the way. I want to see if these volatile items do it. These items are unique because they retain damageable hitboxes while you're holding them. I think there may be more items in the game that do that, but these are items that behave that way. Like, if you're holding a pot and a player or something like falls into you, the pot can break from the collision. Skulls do this too. Okay, it doesn't happen much with skulls, I guess. You're not usually holding those for long. What if I left something stunned in front of the arrow trap and then fall against the wall? I'm going to try that. That's on the to-do list, is to have an entity that I'm not holding in the position against the wall that might trigger this to happen. So we're going to try this first. Let's see what happens with pots. I guess during coolback, yeah. Wait, I had God mode on during that test. Okay, I took the hit actually. Let me do that. Huh. Okay, let me do that with God mode turned off to make sure that the result is consistent. That felt different. That felt like it didn't work the same way as the enemies. So rearm the trap, release. So arrow spawns. That's where the arrow should have broken the pot. Right there. That would have broken or killed whatever entity was in my hands, but it just didn't. And I think the pot actually breaks because my body hits it. I don't think the arrow even breaks the pot. I think it breaks because my body has a high enough speed to shatter it. Because the pot's pressed into the wall, so it shouldn't be able to shatter against the wall. I think I hit the pot and broke it. And then got a gold nugget. Thank you, game. Let's try that with the other two, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see the same result. So, eggplant. You need to sleep? Alright, see ya. Yep, same exact interaction. The arrow could have hit the eggplant. It's still overlapping. But it chose to hit me instead, and we're probably going to see the same thing happen with the ghost jar. I have the ghost turned off, so we shouldn't have to worry about that actually showing up. Nine Nai. I think I have Nine Nai as well, because people like that emote. Let me get rid of this giant shadow in the background, just to make this a little easy to see. There we go. No uppercase N. Try pot with God mode and see if it doesn't break. Okay, I can try that. So first of all, let me do this one. There you go, you got it. That's another emote from like Kristen's stream. Alright, so this is with no God mode. Huh. The pot broke, and I got hit like on the same frame. I mean, the pot is big. Like, the ghost jar is really large. I wonder if that has something to do with where the arrow was on the second frame. Either way, it certainly didn't protect me. But, I mean, that shows that the arrow can definitely hit multiple things per frame. I think the first frame of the shot, and maybe the second frame, is what we're truly interested in here. So let's try the pot with God mode, just the regular one. So, God mode on. Yeah, it hits the pot on that frame instead. Now, it is worth noting this is a wooden arrow. I wonder if the metal arrows would behave differently, but metal arrows don't get shot from traps, so it's a bit of a moot point. Yeah, I guess there's no point in testing metal arrows for this, because the ones in Sunken are poisoned wooden arrows. So yeah, that wouldn't do any good, so we're not going to go down that rabbit hole right now. Get up, lizard. Lizard. I haven't reset the stun timer. The lizard's eventually going to wake up if we do this for long enough, but I don't know if we're going to have this level loaded for like 18 minutes, or however long I said that lizard is stunned. That lizard's stunned for, yeah, 18 minutes, so I don't know how much longer it has, and you know what, I'm not going to check. We're just gonna let it do its thing. It'll wake up when it wakes up. We've been in this level for a while, but I don't remember when I spawned that lizard. Unless we've been in this level for 20... Yeah, we've been in this level the whole time. We've been paused a lot, but the timer's not advancing. Why hasn't the lizard woken up yet? Did I do this halfway through the level? Is this the level I was doing the lizard science in? I think that's why. They can only work with held monsters. I think you're right. I think it's going to be something with the monster, like, mask on that entity type. Okay, and then it just goes through. So it sounds like this just doesn't work on monsters, or doesn't work on items. So here's the next thing that we're going to test. We need a monster pressed into the wall, so that when I pass through and trigger it, there's something else to take the shot during that first frame. The bug is a Pikmin, the lizard is a Bulborb. You know, Olimar is just throwing Pikmin at it constantly. You're bouncing off of it. Let's see here. I mean, if we had two lizards, they'd be like juggling them between each other. I don't feel like spawning another lizard. Okay, what can we spawn here that'll just hold still forever? I could perma-stun a lizard, oddly enough. Yeah, let's do that. I could perma-stun another lizard and press it into the wall and use that for the test, because let's do a control test again to make sure I'm still on track. This interaction should protect me. We do not have God mode on, so let's double check this before we make any other dumb mistakes. Actually, let me leave this here. I don't think this affects it. Yeah, so it hits the lizard on the second frame, and then it's out of my hitbox on the third frame. And then I can land safely, and I'm completely fine. It causes bodies. I think this is probably a byproduct of the held item tanking a hit thing, but we're about to find out whether or not that matters or not. I think this is a byproduct of that janky mechanic, which don't know why it works. It works in the player's favor though, so I'm not going to complain. But it is a janky mechanic. Like, you don't have to even be facing the arrow trap, and the thing you're holding will eat the shot for you. So it's peculiar. Okay, let's see, it's a stun timer. So we're gonna set this guy to be stunned for, close enough, a while. He's only gonna be alive for a few seconds here anyways. Alright, so this needs to be like wedged into the wall, like as close as I can get it. It's as if I'm holding it. It is pressed into the wall. The physics engine snapped it out of the wall. So now let's drop in front of that arrow trap and see what happens. And I think the theory here that we have is this is not going to work. So let's see. Drop. Okay, so arrow spawned. Arrow hit me. It fucking hit me before it even hit the lizard. This has something to do with holding it in your hands, like I'm almost certain. Like, it didn't even hit the lizard. I tanked the shot for the lizard in this situation. Like, it broke and it didn't even collide with the lizard. Probably because it hit an entity that turned it into a broken arrow, so the state machine for the arrow didn't continue calculating. But the lizard had a lower entity ID. There might still be one in the level somewhere. Turn God mode back on. There's one. Okay, let's try this. We only get like one shot at this. So let's not screw this up. So, what's the deal here? What are we trying to test? The lizard needs to have lower health. Alright, so that lizard has 2 health now. So it will die. Rearm the arrow trap. Set this lizard stun timer. E is just whatever entity I last selected. So let's put the lizard up here. Wait, no, this lizard... Yeah, it has a lower ID, right? Yeah, barely, but it's 10 lower than the current entity ID that I have. So once again, let's wedge it into the corner. That's why the snake thing may have worked and may have been pressed against the trap. Well, I don't know yet. Have we... It's not looking like this is going to work, but we're going to try it. So this lizard is going to die to this arrow shot. My theory is the arrow is going to kill this lizard, and it's going to hit my player character, because this lizard has 2 health. You know what? Let's not squander our good lizard. Let me set its health to be higher so it survives the arrow shot first. And then we'll set it to 2 health afterward. Okay, so this lizard is no longer going to die. Let's drop in front of the trap and see what happens. Rearm. Turn off my God mode. Huh. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, it broke on the lizard. Okay. So the lizard ate the hit before I did because it has a lower entity ID, is most likely what it is. It also reset the stun time on the lizard. So you go back to... Actually, no, I need to stun it naturally. It goes into a buggy state. Okay, so the lizard's perma-stunned again. I said the lizard's perma-stunned again. Did I set it to 0? I'm a dumbass. I think I set it to 0 the second time. There we go. Alright, now the lizard's perma-stunned, for reals. User error. It happens. So if we set this lizard to have 2 health, which means it should die to the arrow, what I'm expecting to happen is... What am I expecting to happen? I think I'm going to get hit on the same frame that the lizard dies, because I'm not holding it. I think that's what's going to happen here. So there's our hypothesis, our hypothesis. Let's see what happens. I think I get hit on the same frame that the lizard dies. So the arrow's going to spawn, and then the next frame we both get hit. It finally happened. I didn't rearm the trap. It had to happen at least once tonight. Alright, trap rearmed. Let's see what happens. So we drop... Yep, lizard died. Like, you heard the noise that it makes. So the lizard died on this frame. And I took the hit. So that's what I thought was going to happen. The hippo thesis was correct. All right, that was our only lizard, I think, that has a lower entity ID than I do. So, oh, he woke up, chat. It happened. Oh, he's free. Never mind. The lizard's an idiot. It's panicking now. Nope, the nom nom lasted for like 2 fucking dung beetles before the bug kicked in and it freaked out. What do we do with it, chat? What do I do? Do I kill it? Do I stun it again? Do I just reset it? I think we reset it. We reset it. We let him have a good time. Here you go, buddy. I need to put it over here so it stops wigging out. There you go. Enjoy it. Dude, you are so bad at being a lizard. This is the worst. This is the worst fucking lizard I've ever seen. How incompetent are you? This is like feeding real lizards, and they just like won't eat the mealworms if they're like not moving enough or moving too much. Lizards are stupid. Come on. Oh my god. Do I need to help you? Put you in a smaller box? There you go, buddy. This terrible mechanic. Like, how much effort went into making this specific interaction just to, like, make the dwelling feel, like, more fresh and lively? And it just doesn't work sometimes. And then that's Spelunky. Alright, we're gonna just leave that guy and let him have a good time. Now, he survived an 18-minute stun. That lizard gets some freedom. 65,535 frames of stun for that lizard, and finally the lizard wakes up after all that time. Average Cosmic Ocean loop experience. I made that joke already. Okay, let's see here. We all get excited. I got excited about the lizard. So what do we want to test now? Do we think this is just literally you have to be holding it in your hand? And if that's the case, then what edge cases could we do? It seems like so far... Let me see if I can articulate the rules for this as I understand them now. So you have to be holding the entity. If you get hit, I think you have to get hit by the arrow. Yeah, I want to know about like Jay's snake spider thing. Maybe we'll dig back into that and see if we can reproduce that interaction, but let's focus on this one for now. So if you're holding the entity in your hands, it doesn't seem to matter how big the entity even is. Can try doing this facing the wrong way. I think it won't matter, but let's go ahead and try that. And then I will articulate like what I think the nature of the bug is. I need to make this lizard stay stunned. It's gonna wake up in a second. Okay, so that lizard is perma-stunned. Let's... Fucking hell. Let's rearm the trap. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to just walk forward for a bit, and then I'm just going to give my player entity some... What did I just do? Oh, I spawned a lizard in the ceiling. I'm going to give my player entity some backwards velocity. Why is that taking my imp? Stop! Lock to player 1, detach. Now let's give myself some negative velocity so that I go backwards. Not Y, X velocity. Okay, that'll shove me into the wall. There we go. Okay, so let's see what happens here. So we're just facing the wrong way. We don't have God mode. This lizard, I think, has enough health to die to this, but I want to double check that this isn't one of my God lizards. So let's see. Yeah, this lizard's going to die. Hits the lizard, not in my hitbox anymore. Arrow goes on its way. That's the same exact interaction. So, how'd this one survive? Let's see here. So we know holding the lizard matters, or holding the entity in question matters. You have to be holding it. This is a byproduct of that weird interaction where the thing in your hands tries to take the hit for you before you take... Why do I even talk? It's a weird interaction of that hand entity taking, like, collision priority for the first frame of the shot. Now, let's see. And it's only when you're pressed into the wall. Because normally what happens is, I think Do you get hit? Okay, hold on. Do you get hit on the frame that the thing in your hands eats the hit, or is this something to do with being pressed into the wall and the arrow not being on the player's hitbox anymore? We can test this. So let's stun this lizard, and let's stand away, and let's very carefully analyze frame by frame to see what happens. So let's do that. Grab our lizard, and I'm going to stand over here this time and rearm the trap. And we're going to test two things. First, does the arrow hit the lizard before it hits me? So I'm going to rearm the trap, and then I'm going to see what path the arrow takes to start with. So let's rearm the trap. It's going to go off immediately because there's a player there. Doesn't hit the lizard. So it is not colliding with me. It is overlapping the lizard, but the lizard is not one of those entities that can like get hit by crap in front of you while you're holding it. Which is the case for most entities. They just fucking made eggplants and pots not do that because they just don't want this game to be consistent. So what happens on the next frame? Do I get hit? Does the lizard get hit, or do we both get hit? Lizard gets hit. Next frame, I get hit. I think we have our answer. I think it doesn't have anything to do with specifically pressing into the wall. I think what happens is the arrow is no longer touching me when it would be able to collide with the player. If I'm understanding this correctly, the arrow spawns. It doesn't do anything. The arrow moves forward for one frame. The thing in my hands eats the shot. The arrow moves forward again, and I'm no longer overlapping it, so it doesn't hit the player. Can I get this? I think that's my theory. What if I'm holding a 1 HP gold pot? I actually don't know how gold pots interact with arrow traps, because that's... Can that happen? There are no leprechauns in... There are no leprechaun spawns in Dwelling. There are no leprechaun spawns in Sunken, right? Like, to be clear, pot leprechauns need to spawn with the level. If they're in a chest, they do not spawn a gold pot. And there are no arrow traps. Yeah, you're right, but I don't think you can take pots through doors to go into Vlad's. All the arrow traps in this game are in Dwelling, Vlad's Castle, and Sunken City, am I right? And I don't think you can get a gold pot to any of those arrow traps because they don't spawn in 2 of the levels. And then I don't think you can get them in the back layer. You know, do we find out? Hold on, let's think. Let's just see if we could take them through layered doors. But first of all, let me wrap up my conclusion about this. My theory going forward for this is I think I know what happens. I think the thing in your hands eats the shot, always. Doesn't matter what it is. If there's a monster in your hand and you get hit by an arrow, for that specific frame, the monster in your hands eats the shot instead. And then on the next frame, if you are still in the arrow, then you get hit by it. I wonder if holding Ton. I think Ton vanishing would follow the same rules as a body. Like, if she doesn't leave a body, it would count as just holding something that doesn't leave a corpse. This would explain, like, my theory about the game looking forward one frame to see if the player should take the damage. I think it doesn't. That explains so much. I don't think the game looks forward to see if the thing in your hands would leave a body or not. I think it always eats the hit, but then one frame later you get hit by the arrow if it didn't leave a body, because the body would have broken the arrow. So normally what happens is you drop it in front of a trap with a body, the body gets hit because of that interaction, and then it creates a broken arrow, and you don't get hit on the next frame. But if you don't leave a body, it still gets hit. It takes the damage from the arrow, and if the arrow is still there one frame later, you get hit by it because you're still overlapping it. I hope that made sense. That's my theory for why this interaction happens. And I think if you're close to the wall, you are not colliding with the arrow anymore during the frame where it would hit you. Can I run towards the arrow fast enough to eat the arrow? That's one of the things I'm going to try. I have a couple edge cases. Let's very, very quickly test the pot. So Pot of Gold is the entity that we're talking about here. First question, can this happen in a vanilla run? So let me spawn a layered door. Actually, let me just use Spelunky for that. I'm turning God mode on, so let me spawn a layered door. Now let me delete the bedrock on the other side. There we go. Okay. You can bring them. Okay, so folks, it is technically possible. If you get a gold pot on the Vlad's Castle level, like if a leprechaun spawns there, you can bring it into the room with the arrow traps. Is that useful? Don't know yet. Probably not, because I suspect this is going to interact like all the other pot entities. But let's get this out of the way, and then let's go test the finale for this theory here. This is very niche. But maybe somebody will find out how to make a meme category. So God mode off. Actually, oh, this is interesting. The gold pot has health. Gold pots have 20 hit points. I wonder if this works with back items too. Yeah, so to be clear about what's going on here, folks, gold pot has 20 health, which might function as a body, but like no one ever shoots a wooden arrow at a golden pot. In theory, you can do this anywhere because you just need to bring a wooden arrow to the level that you hit the pot with. So like you don't need an arrow trap specifically for this. I think you would see the same arrow mechanics by just throwing an arrow. I don't believe any of this is actually unique to arrow traps. I think it's just getting hit by an arrow gets tanked by whatever you're holding. The pot took the hit. The arrow broke. And I think how much I need to see how much damage I took. I think I got stunned by the pot. I'm not sure. Hold on, hold on. 68 health. Who got hit by the arrow? Me or the pot? Looks like it was me. We'll do it one more time. So I don't think this works because the pot is not a monster, even though it has health, which means this would not work for back items either. But the pot is not a monster. It is an item. It looks like I got hit. So let's do this one more time with the HUD not covered up, but it looks like I got hit, so this idea isn't going to actually be useful. You can't use this on arrow traps. Yeah, I took the hit, not the pot, and I think it's because only monsters in your hands do this. Very smartly programmed indeed. They forgot that there are items in your hands that have health. Yeah, we skipped 99. We skipped 69 HP. Yeah, bummer. Alright, so anyways, yeah, this just doesn't work with anything. Just monsters and egg. What? This didn't work with eggplant, did it? I thought we tried eggplant and this didn't work. Or am I stupid? I take the hit. Eggplant's actually still here. And there we go. I broke the eggplant with my body 1 frame later. Yeah, the eggplant is the same. I believe the way that this works, if you go here, let me see this. This is Spelunky, but this actually has some applications in the base game. Let me see if I can find an example of it. Is it here? Special attributes? Where is it? There's a way to see the flags that each entity has, and I don't remember how to do it. Search flags. It's not exposed. I think that's mask.player now. Yeah, that's mask.player. I can just show you the entire mask. Okay, this is it. These are the entity types in this video game. And I think some entities can have more than one type, but the theory that we're going with is that monster. This one down here, monster, mount, and player. Like, these are kind of like the living entities. I think these are the only 3 that have this behavior. And they're kind of like lumped together as like living entities is the best way I would describe them. And then items are the other thing that we were dicking around with that have health, and it doesn't do anything with items. So that's, anyways, I think there's nothing else to look into with the pot. Player sure is a, what do you mean? Rope's its own mask. Like this is all of the masks. Every entity in the game, I think, has at least one of these flags associated with it, and rope is most likely for hanging ropes that have like already deployed, because they have some weird behavior to them. And some of these may not make the most sense. I'm not entirely sure yet. Conveyor shenanigans. That's what we're getting at. What we're going to figure out here now is there's 2 questions I want to figure out. First of all, do I need to be in front of the air, right in front of the wall? And then second, like, will a fastball or a conveyor or something work? So let's go ahead and recover, and let's analyze where the arrow goes during its trajectory. So rearm the arrow trap. Let's see where the arrow is on each frame. So it spawns, can't interact. Next frame, it hits whatever you're holding. Next frame here. So theoretically, the player, if the player is anywhere within this little box right here, like as far over as this, then I, in theory, will not get hit by the arrow if I am holding something to tank the first frame. That's my theory. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be a critter, literally irrelevant. As long as I have something in my hands, even if it doesn't leave a body, the arrow should pass through me, because on that specific frame, my player entity deflected the shot to what I was holding in my hands. This would explain why when I put like 70 snakes here, they all died. But when I'm holding an entity, I think the player code is specifically programmed to redirect the shot to whatever you're holding. And I am going to test that with cavemen, if anybody's wondering about that. We're going to see if a caveman can also do this. Cavemen are slightly wider than the player entity. And we're going to try conveyor and fastfall to see if there's any vanilla scenario where you can just run through an arrow trap and not get hit if you like encounter the arrow with the correct speed and an item in your hands. So the first thing I want to do is test this exact situation that you see here. I want to drop in front of the arrow trap like this. So let's get rid of the arrow. We know what the safe zone is. It's right about here. Let's just fall in front of this arrow trap with an item in our hands and see what happens. So let's just spawn a crab or something, I don't know. Just a different critter to freshen things up a bit. Alright, so if I drop myself right about here, not quite pressed into the wall, so I want to make sure that doesn't have any functional purpose, but I don't think it does, and I'm facing away from the trap. My theory is this is going to kill the crab and then go directly through me. And if that's the case, then that means in theory, if you're moving fast enough, you might be able to do this. Kills the crab, not on my collision anymore, goes through me. So pressing against the wall is a consistent way to do it, but you don't have to be. That's a hired hand. You know what? That's excellent. Come here, buddy. We got something for you to test. Actually, he's not going to leave a body. Nah, that's not going to do anything then. Yeah, he's not going to leave a body. All right, see a visual. I'm going to do this anyways just to verify that the player is one of the flags that has this property. But the hired hand should eat this hit instead of me. And yes, he did. See you, Pepino. Rest in piss, forever miss. Alright, yep, see a visual. Nine. It's uppercase N. That's what it is on Kristen's stream. Do what you will with that information. Alright, so anyways, I didn't mean to accidentally spawn a clone here. So I wanted to spawn a crab, and I have got to look into this. So here's the problem. When you select an entity in Overlunky, the entity that you last selected gets prioritized over the one in the search box. Just really fucking annoying sometimes. I'm going to make a note to look into that, and maybe I could fix that myself and add an option for that, because I want to turn that off. I don't like that. You have to type in the text box to get the entity selector to go back to the entity that you had previously typed out. Otherwise, it just locks on to like whatever you touched last. So let me add a note to look into doing that. I might be able to do that myself. Fix or option to disable that. Let's see. There we go. Okay, that's something I might be able to do myself. 4-player stack is holding a critter. Oh, I wonder actually if... Oh, we gotta test that for sure. Don't let me forget that. We need to test if a stack of entities will redirect the hit all the way to the one at the end of the stack, or if you only get one level of inversion, or not inversion, one level of recursion from that. I feel like this is something people have done in co-op before, but I'm curious if that's actually the case. If each player will say, oh, no, I don't want to take that hit, give it to what I'm holding. And that might iterate all the way to the end of the stack, which would be really silly if that's the case of how that works. It'll most likely kill the critter and then start like hitting players at the end of the stack. Don't let me forget that, please. That is important that we do that science. But the thing I wanted to test right now is I want to fix the crab. Critter crab, there we go. And I want to just like do this vanilla. So if you just like were to teeter off the edge, you can do this vanilla. It's a little bit precise. You should probably ledge hang, but That's about the window that you get in order to make this happen. I could actually just rearm the trap and show it again. Like this, that's how this works. So it's not like insanely precise or anything is the point I'm trying to get across here. I like knowing whether or not the stuff I'm doing is frame perfect. Oh, I accidentally pressed throw while I was holding the crab. Crab lives. I didn't even question this. Why does Chimero have a cat bread emote, and why don't I have a cat bread emote? God damn it. Why does everyone have better ideas than I do? Okay, anyways. Let's try the conveyor, and let's try the fast drop. Now, we know fast drops are already very peculiar. Like, if you're falling fast enough, you can fast drop past a 2-tile arrow trap and just not get hit. You don't even have to whip. I don't know exactly the distance for it. Somebody who's better at Kaizo hacks probably does, but let's first try the fast drop. So let's see how this would work. If I'm just falling and I'm like further away from the trap, can I be falling fast enough that the trap doesn't hit me at all? That's the first thing I want to test. So let me spawn a rope so I can get up here a little more easily. Nice pizza rope. Is it inconsistent? I don't know. Maybe we'll discover that along the way. I'm not super focused on arrow trap science specifically. I want to evaluate this particular thing that we're investigating. So let's see here. Well, let's try the 2-tile. So right there. Let's try this. I'm not pressed up into the wall or anything. I'm fairly close to it though. That's actually really precise. I don't think it's high enough either, but let's find out. Oh, maybe. Nope, yep, that's high enough. That was it. Yeah, that was 6 tiles, I think, that I fell there, roughly. And what happens here is the first frame that I would have gotten hit, the arrow got tanked by the crab, and then on the next frame, I'm no longer in the way of the arrow. So yeah, that is high enough. That's all it takes. And that's not even fall damage either. I don't take fall damage from that. Good collision on arrows. That makes sense, right? Yeah, that right there really makes sense. You don't need to be falling that fast, apparently, to do this. Let me set this up with platforms real quick here so that whatever I'm holding will fall through it. I just want to do a few trials with this to see how consistent this setup is. So we'll spawn a few crabs. Alright, so if you were just dropping from, say, up here... I didn't rearm the trap. Alright, if you dropped from, right here, I wouldn't land on it. It's not that rough. You're probably much better off if you can, press your back into a wall. Can you press your face into a wall? Or is that, too much? I didn't rearm the trap again. That's gonna happen a lot now that I'm not doing frame advance. Will I survive this? This, I don't think I will. Oh, no, you do. You don't need much distance. You don't need much speed. You don't even need terminal velocity. I fell, again, about, 6 or 7 tiles. The distance of the trap shouldn't matter. The distance of the trap matters, I think. Well, does it matter? Actually, you might be right. Hold on, let me think about this. Based on how far the arrow moves... I think you're right, yeah, I think the distance to the trap doesn't matter. Because you set it off, then on the next frame, the critter gets hit, always. And then on the next frame, you're either far enough down or you're not. Because as you can see from where the arrow is here, there is no universe where I didn't get hit by this if I hadn't fallen far enough. So I think vertical speed might be literally the only thing that matters for this interaction. That's actually good insight then. This means that if you're holding a critter or something, you can just tank the vertical drop shaft and dwelling that nobody likes. If you know there's an arrow trap at the bottom, you could just grab a critter, and as long as your ledge hang is after the trap and you fell far enough, you will never get hit. It doesn't matter how well aligned you are. As long as you know what your bottom plan is when you get to the bottom of it and you can grab a ledge or something, you will always survive, because this is the scenario that we've been testing. And then if I fall from over here, which is maybe a more natural case, Then, like, I'm gonna... Oh, the crab didn't even take the hit. That right there, actually, folks, that was it. That was from here down to an arrow trap that was, let's see, below the... From where I was standing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles. Did I jump when I was doing that? I think I jumped. Oh, I think I jumped. So that right there is the you don't get hit at all. That's the normal 2-tile arrow dodge. So let's see then. How generous is this? I think is the next question. I took fall damage. Of course I did. All right, so how generous is this is the next question. So what if I walk off this edge? Yep, that's the limit right there, actually. That's basically it. Like the ledge I just walked off of. Because this just barely skimmed the top of my hitbox. So I would have taken this hit if the crab in my hands hadn't taken it. Let's run that one back. So if I walk off this edge without anything in my hands. So this is it, folks. If you need a visual aid for it, from the tile you're standing on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can see the arrow trap on the bottom of your screen. You need to be holding something, or else you will get hit. Guaranteed. You cannot take this fall without getting hit. I think did I ledge hang? I ledge hang. Let me do that again. Let me move this block up one so that can't happen. I want to move as far to the wall as I can. Yeah, crab hitbox, whatever you're holding in your hands is irrelevant. It doesn't need any hitbox at all. It just needs to have the property of being something that your character will deflect the hit to. All right, we are as pressed up into the wall as we can get. Oh, is it not quite precise? Is it that finicky? Because I think that's the same setup I just did a moment ago. Is there like some coyote frame stuff going on here? I'm gonna zoom in on this one. I think I see what you were talking about now. I think you were saying it was finicky, and it's specifically because this one is finicky. We can measure this. We can find out exactly how much it misses by. We have the technology. All right, arrow goes off. I took the hit there, but the arrow is still in play until the next frame where I think it'll get destroyed. Let's see where we are. How do I do this? Yeah, get hitbox. That's the top of my hitbox. And let's see where the arrow's hitbox is. 6, 2, 8, 9. Bottom. It's floating point precision. I think we're looking at floating point precision errors. This is an interaction I think that is literally exact. Like perfectly exact. And then floating point precision is the deciding factor for whether or not it works. Like this, we're talking 32-bit floating point precision, and that number, like 0.00003, is very close to when it starts breaking down, and I have fallen for about 40 frames. Not 40, like 30 frames. So this is 30 frames of floating point precision error, and I would not be surprised if that is the explanation for why this sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. It is incredibly close, but I think that's what it is. In the case of the arrow, we know for sure that that's what it is. The arrow's hitbox. Let's see what the height is, just to confirm this. The model for the arrow is 0.2 units tall, so 0.1 up and 0.1 down from the center of the tile. The center of the tile is this coordinate right here, 116 in our particular case. So if this is, Cloyce brings up a very important point. The higher your Y coordinate, the more floating point precision errors you will run into. If you're above 16, which I think almost every level is, you'll get some precision errors. 32, also, you will probably get it. Most levels, I think, are above 64. And then if you're above 128, let's see. I don't think you can get above 128, right? The top of the level is 128. I don't think level gen could be taller than that, if I recall correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think being above or below 64 is the thing that makes it matter. Do it again? I will do it again in a moment. I want to first find out. why it's like this to begin with. Because I walked off this same edge, I need to do the same normalized setup, and I need to very carefully monitor the height of my player. But I'm guessing that if you duck below 64, it probably behaves differently. Have I seen that animation versus math video? I have not heard of that. You are free to link that, and I can have a look at that. But I don't know what that is. So I'm kind of curious now. I do like math. Animation sometimes is good. You can get the chat or I guess DM me a bit, but I don't know. Do what you want to. I don't mind it. I won't watch like everything people send me, but I'll like at least look at it and decide if it's worth my time or not. My opinions are very finicky though. Loading point precision like the door signs. Oh god, what about the door signs? I don't think I've heard of this. Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll shortcut this. I'll just put this on the notes I have with my science. There we go. Alright, so yeah, I want to know what the door signs are. Or do you mean door science? Oh, door signs incident. Okay, it's HD. I don't actually know what you're talking about. I'm curious. Feel free to inform me while I work on this. They index into an array of textures. I swear to God, if you tell me if there's a floating point calculation in that array of textures, I'm going to be very upset. Okay, so let's see here. So we know the height of the arrow. What I want to track right now is where the player's hitbox goes to see where the arithmetic breaks down. So the player's top hitbox is what matters right now. And you can see there's already some floating point crust. This is 121.2 rounded to the nearest 32-bit float. So let's go ahead and walk off this edge and see what happens. So this is going to be a little bit tedious. So we're going to drop. Cody frames just kicked in, so we're going to keep the same 0.01 velocity for a couple frames. And it looks like we're just slowly accumulating error. You look at the 5th digit here. Pay attention to the 5th digit. We're just slowly accumulating floating point precision errors. The player velocity, if not affected by any jank, changes at 0.01 per frame. Or not point, wait, hold on, am I dumb? Or is it point? No, let me check my velocity. It's 0.01 per frame. That's how you accelerate at that speed. 1/100th of a tile per frame is normal acceleration. If you're not doing any like weird whip state shenanigans or like climbing ropes and stuff when you jump off, that's the speed you get. So any additional like 9s and 6s and shit that you see on the end of this, that's floating point precision kicking in. Let me redeploy the trap. And this is probably where this issue is coming from. Because you can see it slowly drifting off course. Like it went to 5, it went back up to 6. And this is very hard to predict, and even more so because I don't know the exact nature of this game's physics engine and like what it's doing behind the curtains for these calculations. But by the end of this fall, right here, it just so happens that it overlaps with the arrow's hitbox just enough for you to take the hit from it. Like, it's just barely enough. And what I'm hearing from chat here is that apparently this works at like height 64. We can't get to 64 in this level though, because that's out of bounds, so I'm going to make a note to check that later. We're going to have to come back to that, unless You know what? There's nothing important on this level. Yeah, let's test it now, I think. Let's go to a really tall level. All I was going to show, or try to do here, I don't actually know how this works yet exactly, is demonstrate the jank at the precision boundary. So right here, 64. I already explained this. I'm not going to go over this again. Just take my word for it. The game's physics engine gets worse when you're above 64 Y value. And theoretically horizontally as well, but that doesn't matter as much. You sent me a clip on Discord. Do I dare even click on this? I'm not clicking on it. No hard feelings. I'm not clicking on it. We can't. It has to stop. I will look at this after the stream, and if it's interesting enough, we will revisit this in a future stream. I'm not clicking on it. I have no self-control. I cannot even look at that video, or it's never gonna stop. You can post it in my Discord if you want other people to see it. That's why the Discord's there. You share things that are like interesting, or you'd like me or the community to know about. Anyways, so just take my word for it. 64 is the cutoff for this, and we're testing an arrow whip interaction that we think only works reliably at certain Y values. I keep saying whip, it's an arrow drop. The situation is when you drop down this horrible 2-tile pipe that spawns in dwelling all the time, and you get hit by an arrow trap that was at the bottom that you didn't know was there. That's the thing that we're testing here, is whether or not you can reliably fall past it under certain circumstances. That's an arrow. I want the whole thing. So we want the whole trap, and I need to be able to rearm it, because I've been too lazy to go get... I restarted my game like 3 times. I still don't have Wumper's mod that does this. Alright, so rearm the trap. There we go. We got that in memory. So, let me show you how to ladder. Or a rope, whatever, ladder, same thing. Okay, so I think the conclusion that we came to was this is the unreliable height. So it was this situation where this sometimes works. The arrow trap that we're looking at right now is just below the precision limit of 64. So I think this means I don't know what this means actually. I don't know if this means we survive or if we die. Or rather if we get hit. So let's find out. So God mode off, let me give myself an onk and a ton of health. Because I will probably kill myself at some point while I'm doing this. And I don't want to have to reset the level. The arrow trap. Yeah, did I save it? Yeah, I saved it. I have it on my notes. I will look into that mod after this and either make my own if I need specific features, or I will just download the one that's already there. So here's the primer on what we're talking about. This is the horrible dwelling room where you fall down during your speed run, and then you find out there's an arrow trap along the way. And you hope for the best. So I got hit by this arrow, but this isn't just any old garden variety collision. This is literally floating point precision collision that just happened to me right here. And we're below 64, which makes me wonder if it's even reliable at this height, whether or not you survive this. So if I get the hitbox for the player, which is that right there, we need to know where the top of the player is, right there. And then the bottom of the arrow. The arrow entity ID 9025. Those numbers are within like floating point precision error of each other. What's happening here is my player has been falling in increments of 1/100th of a tile, but over the course of the 30 or so frames it took to fall this far, it has accumulated this like little bit of cruft at the end, where I did not fall as far as I should have, according to the physics engine, because the physics engine kept rounding me down ever so slightly, or rather it kept rounding my final position up ever so slightly after each increment that I fell. I already explained floats earlier, just take my word for it. They're not exact, they're not quite decimal values. This causes me to be high up enough to get hit by the bottom of the arrow hitbox. Now the thing is, we're below the 64 threshold, but we spent time above the 64 threshold accumulating floating point errors. I wonder if I do the entire fall below 64, whether or not we'll get hit. Same exact interaction. We're going to walk off the edge and then we're going to fall right here and see what happens. And that'll confirm that this is indeed basically an unreliable drop. It might depend on like where you are in the level. Though based on the fact that dwelling is always higher than 64, except in CO, I think, maybe that's not how it works, and maybe you can actually know whether or not it's safe to go for this, but I'm not really sure at this point. People are making it sound like it can sometimes work, and I could have sworn one of my tests worked. Maybe there's more to it than that, but we'll see. That clip is amazing. I look forward to seeing this clip. Maybe we'll watch this clip and like after I say stream over, so that I don't have to like resist the urge to go science it. I'll close the game and then I'll watch the clip. Maybe that's what we'll do. Alright, so let's do the same exact thing here and see how this plays out. Works more often when you're terminal velocity, but not always. There could be other lineups that happen. It's the same thing as the spike drop. If you fall 6 tiles, I think you might have a similar alignment. I guess we can test a couple other like setups. But this time I spent the entire time below 64. So let's see where we got with this one. We still took the hit. And the hitbox bottom for the arrow. 95, 97. He's right there. So that looks pretty standard. The arrow has been the same precision in both cases because the arrow has been below 64 both times. And the arrow looks like it is actually favoring us. It's rounding up ever so slightly. So we actually have a slightly narrower like arrow hitbox than what we might conceivably have in a different spot in the level. So this favors the player, but we're still getting hit. Why are we still getting hit? The player top, it's closer. You can see it's actually a lot better. Instead of 9965, we got 0014. So we have 14 instead of a deviation of 35. So we've got like a little less than half of the deviation, but it still counts as a hit in this situation because there's an extra 0 here that you can see. So we are still 0.00001 units into the arrow's hitbox, and that is close enough for this game to count it as a collision. Now, I'm being told that apparently if you're falling faster, it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. That's going to depend on when you trigger the arrow trap and whether you can fall for 2 more frames without getting hit by it. So if I go back up here and demo this again, I think I need to rearm a different arrow trap now. I'm just gonna rearm both of them in the same command to save myself some trouble, because it seems to not do anything if it's already armed. There we go. 28 left. You gotta, let's see, are you gonna be able to burn that off? Oh my god, you're right, actually. I think Twitch gives it to you in multiples of like 10 or something, or 100. So you might be able to actually burn them all off and have 0. Interesting. Not as interesting as this, though, if I'm being real. This is where we came for the science. All right, we rearmed both arrow traps. 10 if you're not subbed. Yeah, okay, you'll be able to get 0 radians then. All right, so we're falling. We go all the way over here. So this is what I want to explain before I fall faster. So this is what I would call a good fall. Is this a good fall? Or hold on, my brain turned off. Yeah, this is a good fall. We barely not setting off the arrow trap. And then we got really far on the first frame. And then on the second frame, we need to not be in the way of the arrow on the third frame. And as you can see here, I actually just got past it. With the exact same, like, not exact obviously, roughly the same setup. There is something deviating my height. Possibly the way I walk off this ledge might affect it. That would actually be interesting. If there's a consistent way to walk off of a ledge that causes it to happen or not happen, then maybe that's like all you need to know to make sure that you always get this. So let's see here. We need to get the arrow again and see by how much did we miss it this time. This might be a compounding thing where the way you start off the drop causes you to snap downward for future like rounding errors. Oh no, please don't tell me this game has bin whip. I don't think this game has that unless I'm insane, but maybe it does. I don't know. I don't know which developers are responsible for programming this abomination. I don't know much about bin whip, so if one of you two in chat wants to explain more about it, you can, but I think it has something to do with like grouping the order in which like collisions are checked for or something. It was some like collision optimization, and if you were like in a different bin from the thing you were going to collide to, it affected like how that collision played out, and you could do like certain arrow whips. But they probably know like more applications for it and like when it mattered. No, we're a whole... No, it's not floating point precision. We're a whole 0.01 off. What did I do differently? Yeah, no, it's not floating point precision. So here's the one that feels inconsistent could be float precision because we were producing that. We had the situation, these two values here, ignore the blocks in the background. These two values here was definitely precision that was causing this to be hit or miss because of how close these numbers are and how they could round differently. This one is off by a full 0.01, which is more than enough for the collision engine to see them as separate objects. You can't really see that here. I don't want to move the camera. Just take my word for it. They're not overlapping. There's a gap in between these. It's very hard to tell with the pixels, and I don't want to move the camera around while I'm paused because it'll cause issues. But this time we got a different fall, like a completely different fall where we got additional distance on it. Why did that happen? Maybe that's part of the mystery here for why this feels so damn inconsistent. So I'm going to just hold walk, and we're not gonna move off the edge at all. I'm holding right. We're in free fall now. The character just switched to the falling state. So let's just make sure I don't get this ledge hang, and let's see where we wind up. We take the hit. Okay, so that was just me like just bum rushing off of the edge, and I take the hit from that interaction. What did I do last time that would have made this different? I like doubled back during my coyote frames is what I think I did, so let's try that. So I stepped off, and then I did this. Like, I turned around. You could actually see my character didn't turn around even when I was holding back. I actually don't know if that affects drop height. Let's find out, I guess. Let's see if that's any interesting tech. Alright, what height did we get this time? I wonder if holding back during your coyote frames gives you a different fall speed. Don't get too excited yet. There's more room for error here. Okay, 88. This is the result that we want. This is the drop. Do we have like a new fast drop where you fall like an additional 0.01 tiles by holding back during your coyote frames? This game is so fucking stupid. Alright, let's do this. Let's get the viewer up. This will give us all the precision that we need to see what's going on. It's only 1/100th of a unit. Lock to player 1, detach. Let's throw that bad boy over here. Maybe this had nothing to do with the 64 versus 32, and it actually has to do with dropping off the edge. You present your last question. Is velocity vector or x plus... I'm not sure what you mean. Velocity is x and y. Like, there's two velocity values in this game. Or are you saying is velocity a direction and a magnitude? Velocity in this game is x and y. It is not direction and magnitude. If that's what you're asking. I think I understand it, and Koi seems to understand it too. It's not direction and magnitude, it is just X and then just Y. Most things in the game seem to process them separately. It is not like a vector in that sense. Like, the game does stuff with one speed and then the other speed, depending on like which interaction you're talking about here. You can have one zeroed out and the other one's not affected at all. Which, I mean, can happen with vectors too, but in most like physics engines, you get like a friction interaction if your vector like hits something at an angle. That does not happen in this game. Though it does happen when things bounce off the ground, but I think mechanically it works different from a vector calculation. You can see horizontal movement influencing vertical due to rounding errors. I don't know yet. We're about to find out. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure why the horizontal vector would affect, like, the vertical, because, like, again, it's not a vector. It's just horizontal X, vertical is Y, and that's it. So the question here is, why does this matter? And that's what we're about to find out. So here's our state and position. You thought of another? You just tell me what it is. I will write it down. We could do it a future day, or don't tell me if you want to make sure you're here for it. Keep it a secret if you want. I'll mention it in chat next time I stream, sometime next year, and I can also go over it. Because I may do like your subject when you're not here if it's interesting. Like, I haven't been reserving these for whether the person that asked them is present. Have I looked into why the Thorns walk works? I don't know for sure what that is. Is that the corner like interaction where you could sometimes touch the thorns and not take the damage? Because I actually don't know why that happens. Or is it something else that I'm not familiar with? Because I remember I tried very, very briefly to do that. Is it okay? My question is it only on the corner of the thorns, or is it more of the hitbox? This might be a good science subject for the future if there's like more to it than that. She encountered some weird jank with hitbox interpolating through the corner of a tile and landing on only on the corner. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. I have a note about that, but I don't know if I have it on my like to stream list. I don't know why that happens. And it might have something to do with the collision engine, like interpolating you, as you said, like interpolating through the corner of the tile and like putting you on it for a frame, but then not like processing the collision. So that's, you know, that's a good science subject. So let's write that one down. Thorn. If you have a clip of it, by the way, that's always helpful. But I know what you're talking about because I've done it and I've seen it in a lot of like Kaizo runs. Like this apparently happens to Kaizo runners all the damn time, where they like just barely touch the corner of the thorns and don't die to them in one hit. So let me just thorn corner non-damage interaction. Okay, that's something for the future. Clips not necessary, but I always take them if you have one. Just because it's interesting to see like setup. For instance, like did they do a consistent jump lineup before it happened? Because that allows me to reproduce that frame by frame, and then from there I might be able to figure it out faster. Like for instance, that one like spike drop that Wumper had that like spawned the whole surviving spikes segment of my stream a while ago. That clip was immensely useful because I saw exactly what Wumper did and I reproduced it frame by frame to get a successful spike drop. So that's always good information to have. But just for this one, it's not mandatory, so don't spend all night looking for a clip if you can't find one. Alright folks, so here's what we're paying attention for. We need to like kind of track what our Y value is doing here for the first few frames of this drop. So let's see here. Let me pick players so that we have Coyote frames as well. Coyote frames is basically, I'll show that right now just for anyone who doesn't know what that is. So I'm in the air. Did I pick the player? No, hold on. Or is it not updating? There we go. Now I'm in the air. That was weird. Why was there a delay on that? One Coyote frame. Can't jump anymore. But if I do this any earlier than when I hit Coyote frame 0, so let's go back into the air. There it is, 3, 2. If I jump on this frame, I'm very clearly in the air. I'm pressing jump right now. My velocity gets set. On the next frame, my jump starts visibly appearing. This is why this game often feels really good when you're like trying to jump off a ledge. Like, it's basically always a skill issue if you run off an edge and fall without jumping, because you have like 4 frames or something to do that before the game actually says you are no longer allowed to jump. So from here, you would think it's too late for me to jump. I could still jump. I could still jump. I could still jump. I could still jump. I'm inputting jump on this frame because the next one was when I would have lost the ability to Coyote jump. This is also why the stupid jump is possible. The stupid jump being this awful jump, right here. Which I may or may not get because it's sometimes not possible anyways. My alignment was bad there, for instance, so that one was not possible. Bad alignment. This one should be good. So if I jump on my last Coyote frame, let's see if I get it. There we go. That's the stupid jump. But you will bonk if you jump any earlier or if your alignment isn't good. I did a whole stream on... I didn't mean to do that. I did a whole stream on this, but I just want to explain Coyote frames because I'm wondering if Coyote frames affect this in some way. Yeah, stupid jump is not only frame perfect, but if you do an unnormalized setup of the stupid jump, there's only a 60% chance that it's possible. And you have to do it frame perfect. I did the math for this. I figured out like the exact percentage, but I think it was about 60%. So you like if you do a normalized setup, which you can sometimes get from like a ledge hang into a stupid jump, it's always possible, but other times it's not. Do this. I forget if this is a normalized setup that does it. So let's see, max height jump off of this into bonking your head. Is this one possible? Nope, that one fails. But I think this one always succeeds. If you do a full height jump here, and then drop straight down while holding right. Ooh, that's close. I'm not sure if that's it. No, that one wasn't gonna work. What is the setup? Maybe it's a low jump from the ledge hang? I always forget which one of these it is. Okay, I did a low jump. I did not bonk my head on the ceiling from a ledge hang. Yeah, this one I think is always a consistent lineup. Okay, jump here. Yeah, that's what you have to do. That's the lineup for it. So you'll see this lineup in Dwelling occasionally. Ledge hang into stupid jump is usually like a pet here or something. Right, so the pet's up here. It's like this generation here when you're going to like the exit and there's always that like chunk with like a pet or something in this spot here and the doors to the right. This is always possible from a short hop if you get the correct frame, which I didn't because I'm bad at it. But you get the point. This is not a stupid jump video. Get this out of here. I can't. I have to stop streaming. I have to stop streaming. I'm gonna die. Let's focus on what we're doing here. Coyote frames. How does this affect the drop? So I'm gonna do the first scenario, which is I'm just gonna run off of this edge and pay attention to what my velocity is doing. So velocity Y is the value that's interesting, and then coyote timer is over here, my custom entity variable viewer. I don't belong in this world. No, I really don't. Spelunky is my world. It's the only world I know. Alright, so what happens here is you drop off of the edge. Like, you walk off the edge. On the next frame, the game, like, detects that. Let me explain this as it happens. Okay, so I'm currently on this floor. You can maybe you can't very clearly see that. I can very clearly see it. I'm very clearly on the floor. I'm overlapping its hitbox. I'm no longer overlapping the floor's hitbox. The game doesn't know that yet. It still thinks I'm standing on this floor. This frame right here is the first frame that the game sees, oh, you're falling. So what it did was it started to decelerate or pull me downward with gravity, 0.01 per frame. And it set my falling timer to 1. I don't know why this is how the game works, but I am now in the falling state. Then on the next frame, the game is going to say, oh wait, you have coyote frames. It sets my falling timer back to 0, and it starts decrementing my coyote timer instead. But my velocity stays the same. So I am moving down ever so slightly. There are things you can do with a whip to manipulate like how this velocity changes. There's a way to take an 8-tile drop without taking fall damage. That's for a future stream. I do that in my tool-assisted speedrun for the tutorial task, and I will explain it there. There's a lot of jank associated with falling timer, your downward velocity, and the coyote timer. But what I want to see is why that matters. Where am I getting this 0.01 when I'm not whipping or anything? I'm literally just running off this edge. So I'm going to continue holding right. So we're still 0.1, we're still 0.1. Coyote timer is going to go down to 0. And now we start falling again. Our speed is increasing again. Now I'm going to turn around. Let's see if we get the safe drop or not. There's a lot of jank. And we take the hit. So that's what we saw earlier. That was when I ran off the edge without pressing any like additional changes to my inputs until I like got out of my coyote frames. Alright, so let's do this again. But this time, the second that I walk off this edge and I see my coyote timer go down, I'm going to hold back. So let's try it again. So we're in the air. The game doesn't know that yet. The next frame is when it's going to detect that, and it's going to switch me to the falling state. And then on the next frame, it's going to start decrementing my coyote timer because it's going to say, oh wait, you have coyote frames. Let me undo this. I'm going to hold back now. You'll notice that as I hold back, although my horizontal velocity is decreasing, you can see it go down to 0.81, 0.49. I don't actually turn around during this. I don't know why that is. You just can't like turn around during your coyote frames because there is a lot of jank in this game. Now I can turn around. Now that my coyote frames ended and I'm falling for real. Did that affect my height in some way? It shouldn't have, but it probably did. It didn't. So there's more to it. Let's try turning around on a different frame because we still got hit by the arrow. Let me check my top height as well. 0.89. So that's the one that we had before. 0.89 is the one that basically skims the edge of the arrow trap. So let's try that on a different frame. Rearm the trap. I will eventually go back to checking my Y position as I'm falling up here, but for now I just want to see I want to use the arrow trap as the detection. I don't like my line up there. Okay, we're airborne. We're at max speed. Max speed is 0.145 tiles per frame, by the way. So I'm going to wait a frame. Now I'm going to start holding back. Let's see if that changes how this behaves in any way. Because turning should not affect my velocity, and you can see it's not affecting it at all. We still got hit. What did I do in that one scenario to get a full 0.01 units further down? Like, that's not rounding. There's something else that I did. Does anyone have any thoughts on what I did? Maybe I'll try pulling back for one frame earlier this time. It could be frame perfect, in which case, dude, good luck. I don't like that one. I don't know when I stepped off. I'm going to turn around on this frame right now. And then I'm just going to drop and see where I wind up. Does pushing into the wall do anything? You would think it doesn't. It doesn't look like it. I'm pushing into the wall right now. My velocity is changing at the usual rate, and it's applying to this Y value at the usual rate. And what happens, for anyone who doesn't know, acceleration is applied to velocity, then velocity is applied to position within the frame. That's the order in which the game does it. So you're going to see velocity go up, and then the new value is what gets added to your position in this game engine. We missed it that time. So that was me turning around on the first frame that I appeared to be airborne, but before the game had detected it. Depends on walking like the funny jump, how it looks like you're slightly higher. I'm wondering if it has something to do with that. Alright, so now we're going to pay very close attention to our Y values, because we have some information to work with here. So Y value 0.05. That's where my origin point is. My feet are down at the top of this block. So let's start running. I don't like that one. I want to make sure I know when I step off the block. Okay, so we're still on it. We're off it now. My Y value went down immediately. And then it goes down again. So it goes down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times, and then I started accelerating. So then it went down like 0.02 that time. So we had 5 ticks of 0.01 when I just ran off of the edge normally. Let's see if turning around at the start changes how that happens. Why was it 5 that time? I think we're lining up with what the problem here is. You were expecting 4? Yeah, I think we're homing in on this. Okay, so this is the first frame of airtime. Last time I turned around 1 frame earlier. So wait a minute. No, hold up a second here. I think we might have found it. Hold on. Maybe it has nothing to do with turning around in midair. Maybe it's some, like, corner jank. Let's get a very, very clear one. Okay, so this frame we're on the floor. Next frame we're off the floor. We haven't started falling yet. Now we start falling. Then coyote frames kick in. Do I start falling 1 frame early sometimes? Is that what's causing this? Okay, so this one, nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we started. Okay, that was 4. I'm gonna try a few random setups, and then we'll try some, like, actually normalized ones once we figure out the pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you saw what happened there. As I stepped off, I immediately got the deceleration. The fuck? Why is nothing consistent in this video game? I think this might happen if you're barely on the edge. How does that affect the coyote timer? Alright, what am I doing? I'm trying to figure out why this drop sometimes gets past an arrow trap and sometimes it doesn't. And the answer appears to be gameplay jank. Hello. Hope that answered your question. So let's see, what happens here? Alright, so that is one of the ones where we started falling. On the first frame that I physically or visually appear to not be off the edge. So despite the fact that I am standing on this floor, the collision engine moved me down 0.01 units. That is what causes this to happen. I think we have another stupid jump. I think this is another stupid jump scenario. Like, where we have, depending on your, like, sub-tile alignment, you may or may not be able to do it. So, in theory, we're going to fall past this arrow trap. It has nothing to do with turning around in midair. We should fall past this arrow trap. And we do. We do not have God mode on. We have a stupid fall. You're gonna head off? Alright, see ya. Thank you for stopping by. Hope this was interesting. Not quite done here. I'm just wondering, like, I just want to see, like, what this normalized setup gives you. Okay, so you don't drop, which means you stay high for the first frame, I'm still standing on it. And then I start falling. Was my velocity... Okay, let's go back to the other setup. What was my velocity at on that first frame? Okay, so we're, I think, gonna barely step off of this one. No velocity. That's where the discrepancy comes from. You fall 0.01 units when you step off of a tile like this, but you do not start accelerating. You don't start falling yet. You just snap down, like Severin said, you just snap down 0.01 units. And then the normal fall system kicks in on the next frame. Why? I don't understand. Yeah, why? I don't understand this at all. Why would that happen? Like, this, in theory, also affects the stupid jump, but not in a way that... Well, actually, that helps. This works in your favor for the stupid jump, I think. Because you want to be a little bit lower down for the stupid jump. So, I don't think this is the reason the stupid jump works. I suspect it's still possible even without this 0.01. But this probably assists the stupid jump a little bit, because if you walk off an edge, you want to walk off an edge like this, like barely on the edge, too far off the edge. You want that to happen on the first frame of the stupid jump as you go off the edge. And that will move you down 0.01, which means you have just a little bit more leeway to clear the corner of the block above your head to perform the jump, because the height that you get for the stupid jump is not the issue. You actually want to be lower when you start the stupid jump, and you can also assist it with the whip. I've never been able to like time it because my geriatric old man hands like just cannot press the whip button and the jump button at the same time and still pull off the stupid jump. But theoretically, somebody who actually knows what they're doing can whip as they walk off the edge to prevent the coyote frames from slowing their fall speed, and that would work. Now in this case, it's not a matter of like getting an optimal drop off the edge, it's a matter of getting a specific frame perfect drop off the edge, because I think if you do whip strats, you'll fall too fast. You'll trigger the arrow trap with a bad sub tile alignment. Binary search time, maybe. We're not doing that right now. We gotta stop this. We gotta cut this off at some point, but I am gonna try this with the whip. I wanna see how this plays out. So let me remember how this works. So basically, this game has a state machine. The state machine is bad. That's all you need to know about the state machine. Stop thinking about the state machine now. We're gonna press whip. We are now whipping, or in the attacking state. That just makes things happen differently for some reason. So let's see what we got. Okay, so we got a bad step. We're not falling. Now the fall kicks in. So this is the situation where normally that arrow trap would hit us. But my coyote frames, despite ticking down, I still have coyote frames, but they're not doing anything to stop my fall speed. Normally I would be locked at 0.01, but this is the whip tech. This allows you to drop off edges slightly faster, which can affect extremely precise outcomes like the one we're looking at now. So we are accelerating downward while we have coyote frames, and I could still jump during this state if I want to. We still have coyote frames, but the attacking state means that our velocity is not set to 0. It's this, like, I don't try to find like a reason for these things. I look at this situation and I just assume that they programmed it wrong. I think what happens is, I mean, maybe Jay or somebody knows more about this, but I think what happens is your velocity for falling is locked if you're in the falling state and you have coyote frames. Otherwise, your velocity is not locked. But in order to jump while you're in midair, you just need to have coyote frames, and the game doesn't care what state you're in as long as you're not stunned. I think that's how that works. And what that essentially means is you get very inconsistent interactions where being in a different state allows you to do things that normally would not happen because certain checks don't run, because state machine jank. The state machine is bad. And that is why you will hear me complain about it constantly. So again, let's run off the edge and whip. So we did not get an extra fall boost. We start decelerating, or accelerating downwards, but we continue to accelerate despite having coyote frames because we're not in the falling state. And there is a maneuver you could do, a frame perfect whip maneuver, where if your whip ends on a specific frame of your fall, you can reset your falling timer with a higher velocity, and you could take an 8-tile fall without ledge hanging and without taking fall damage. Again, that is in the tutorial task. I will explain that in full detail when that stream happens. Let's see what we got with this alignment. I think it's going to be bad. Yeah, this alignment was really bad. You can actually see the overlap, and I think the reason for that is I actually hit this arrow trap a frame early, and I did not get a good amount of distance when I hit the trigger. Because again, what you want when you're taking a fall like this is you want to be as close as possible to the trigger without hitting it, and then on the next frame you want to be as far into the trigger as possible. Because otherwise, if you you basically lose efficiency, you lose the distance that you could gain while the arrow is moving, and in this case it's incredibly precise when you're dropping off a 4-tile ledge. So you do not want to be whipping while you do this. Unfortunately, it sounds like you need a sub-frame precise thing to happen for this to be possible. And I don't know what it is. I don't think I want to spend the whole stream trying to find out what it is. The best bet would be to find normalized setups. And a normalized setup in speedrunning is basically a setup where you can guarantee that you are in an exact precise position, down to the exact floating point value. This is a normalized setup, is to whip and back into a corner. You don't even have to whip and back in. You can just hold left like this. This is normalized. I will be in this position exactly 100% of the time. And then if I hold right, I will fall off this ledge in the same way 100% of the time. And as long as floating point precision doesn't affect this, which we don't think it does because this is a whole 0.01 units that we need to clear that arrow trap by, then that means this setup is normalized, and it will work either 100% of the time or 0% of the time from this setup. And in this particular case, it did not work. We stepped off the edge and we did not get the 0.4, which means we are going to get hit by the arrow trap. And sure enough, we get hit by the arrow trap by 0.01 units. Normalized Olmec skip. Yeah, that is like the stop. We need to start a revolution. It's not Olmec skip, it's fast Ankh. Stop. It is not Olmec skip. Olmec skip is not fighting Olmec. Fast Ankh is using Olmec to get the Ankh without going through the bottom doors. You can also do fast Ankh with a teleporter from Waddler. We need to start a revolution, folks. Be the change you want to see in the world. It's fast. You get the Ankh fast. You don't skip anything. We always skip Olmec. Olmec is slow. Any good run is just going to throw bombs. I want to start a revolution of calling it fast Ankh. And please do not call it Ankh skip. I've heard people call that Ankh skip. It's even worse. We used to call it fast Ankh. Can we bring that back? Can we bring back the good old days? Can we bring back fast Ankh and Capri Suns? Dude, make it happen, folks. It's not Olmec skip. It has nothing to do with that. You could do it without even interacting with Olmec. Olmec skip is just not fighting Olmec at all. That's what I would call that. If you run under Olmec and then just bomb your way or teleport down, that is what I would consider to be Olmec skip. You don't finish the fight. Maybe I'm insane here. Anyways, let's run this again. So once again, I'm doing the same setup as a double check. And yeah, we don't get the drop. So let's try a different normalized setup. Let's try one block, which I don't think worked either. So again, press into the wall. It does not matter if you're facing to the right or the left. Your character turns around and accelerates in the facing direction instantaneously. So if I press right for one frame, 0.032, that will always be my velocity X. If I do that while already facing right, it's still 0.032. So as much as I aesthetically enjoy back whipping to face in the direction I want to go, it does not matter. You can start literally any normalized setup facing the wall and run away from it, and you will get the exact same outcome 100% of the time. So let's see what we got. This one's also bad. We did not fall, so we don't get it. Let's try this normalized setup. I think I dropped an input there. All right, let's try that. Not looking good for this. We can do a couple more before I go out of bounds. Maybe one tile walking. Yeah, we'll try walking, but I think walking might not give you enough speed, but it's possible that it's not dependent on your speed and it's just dependent on how precisely you are on the corner. So we will try walking. So let's run from 4. Nope, that one's also bad. And then I think there's one more border tile, you know, over to my left, and then there's just the infinite abyss. And I will die instantly, I think, if I go past that, so we're not going to do that. No, none of these normalized setups are giving it to us. Even though the value, like, this number is not precise, so, like, in theory, one of these could eventually work. Like, I'm not, like, moving, like, one tile every 7 frames or anything like that. Like, this number is very imprecise. I think it's almost guaranteed that with some, like, potentially infinite distance, I will eventually get a setup that works, but this is the same problem that the stupid jump has. There are no good short-range normalized setups other than this one setup that I've shown here already earlier. This is like the only good normalized stupid jump setup we have is this one right here, where you hold jump for about 6 to 8 frames and then do this. And this gives you a stupid jump that you can actually use, as seen here. But like, there aren't any more. This is the one that gets people every time. This stupid jump right here. This is impossible. If you start your stupid jump here and run to the right, you will never get it. 0% of the time. It is absolutely impossible. Because it's a really bad line. If you see how little distance off the edge I got here, it's minuscule. So even if I jump on the correct coyote frame, I will bonk the ceiling every time. And unfortunately, we have not found any good stupid jump setups other than this one right here. So let's try the stupid jump setup because it's a similar concept. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to jump for about 6 frames. It doesn't really matter how many I jump because there's no ceiling. It will matter if there's a ceiling. You do not want to bonk the ceiling if there's an overhanging tile like this. You do not want to bonk that because that'll reset your speed. Hitting your head should not matter at all for your horizontal speed. In fact, I could test both scenarios. We did not bonk our head during this one. That wasn't enough. So that's enough for the stupid jump, but that did not get us the 0.4 that we need to see here. So it's even, I think this is even worse than the stupid jump to get the precision for this, because this normalized stupid jump setup did not get it for us. I'm going to hold jump now, so I hit the ceiling, but I don't think that's going to affect anything, because hitting the ceiling doesn't change your horizontal speed. We should get the exact same situation, and we do. Didn't work. Try aligning to the left wall in the stupid jump pit. That's true, I've never tried this. You can't normally do this for the stupid jump because this is a rare setup. But I'm gonna hold right and jump. Okay, so oh, that's crusty. That is weird. We're actually getting a snap. We're gonna get a ledge snap here. Because I was overlapping this tile for a second, so I wonder what that's going to do. I don't know if that's going to change my X position or not. Corner snaps are very bizarre in this game. I don't know how they work. Like, they apply to the stupid jump as well. I don't know the threshold at which you can collide with a corner to snap to the side instead of back down. It does happen. It affects the super keel and skip mod that I made. This still didn't give it to us. That looked about the same. And I'm trying to avoid setups where I like move for 1 frame and then like press walk or something, because that's not viable. Like you're not going to do a 1 frame walk input at a specific point during this jump. Like that's not viable. So let's see. I'm going to try this one more time. I'm going to hold jump and right. We're not pressing any other buttons. Just jump and right. We get this bizarre corner overlap, which may or may not have snapped my position. My X position looks the same, so it probably affected my height. But my X position went up by 0.145, so that didn't affect it. And I think we don't get the alignment. And yeah, we did not get the drop, and then it happens here on the next frame, which is not what we want. So if this block was not here, that should theoretically not matter at all. So I'm going to hold jump. I'm going to bonk the ceiling. Yeah, we still don't get it. So this, I can't see any way to use this pit to get it to happen. We could try this just for funsies. This is also not a traditional stupid jump lineup, so let's see if this will work. I missed the corner. I didn't collide with it. I need to jump for fewer frames. Let's try like 8. There we go. That should be good. No, no, it's not good. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Yeah, just 6 frames. I forget how many you need. I need to check my task notes. Yeah, there we go. We touched it, and we still walked. We're getting like half of a... We're getting half of a player velocity, like, no matter what I do here. This gap seems to basically be I'm over here, and then I'm over here. We're getting half, like, every single time, no matter what I do with this. Let's try some walking lineups, because this is obviously not working. We're not getting anywhere with this. I want to see if there are any normalized setups for this. So I'm walking to the right now, which is half the speed of normal running. Nothing. Actually, let me do that one again, but make sure that I actually fell off the edge all the way, but I don't think we got it. Yeah, we're off the edge. Let me get rid of that decoration so we can see us. Oh, that destroyed the whole tile. Well, never mind then. We can use a better tile for this, just so I can see this more clearly. I should have done this earlier. Let's get a Babylon tile there. There we go. That'll be much better. I should have done this way earlier. I'm sorry. I gotta remember to do this for these science things because it's way easier to see. The texture runs exactly up to the edge of the hitbox if you do this. If I ever make like a laboratory, and I'm going to pronounce laboratory like that because that's how Dexter says it, then I'm definitely going to use Neo tiles for it so that we have these like crisp edges on everything. Alright, so anyways, that lineup didn't work. Let's try the next one. But I'm not optimistic about this at all. Let's get rid of this as well. We don't need that background deco object. That's actually not bad. Still didn't give it to us though, and I think the reduced speed is going to play into this. It would just be like really lucky if this works with walking speed, but I don't think it's going to. We're not going to try too many more of these. This is definitely something I need to brute force. Yeah, that was a pretty good one for walking speed, and we still didn't get it. I wonder if this just has to do with how far I clear this. None of these are working so far. We're not getting the drop. Like, just to reiterate, let me try a few again to make sure that we're not losing track of what I'm doing here. So if I run off this edge, that one's bad. That one's bad. That one's bad. Bad. This one should be good. Yeah, that one gave it to me. That one was tiny, was a tiny one. That was an unnormalized setup. That's what I was just trying to do there. And that one gave it to us. The first frame that we were no longer on that edge, our velocity didn't change, but we dropped by 0.01 units. Does the downward speed from this stack with whip state? It's not speed. What happens is, I don't know if whip state affects this at all. Let me find a normalized setup and then whip, just to see. Well, let's humor this. Let's see if we've got something here. So let's see, p.x. I think I just do this because I'm not standing on anything. I'm not standing on an active floor, so this is not going to like put me in the void. Okay, let's try it from the center of the tile. Maybe there's a rope lineup actually. Now that I think about it, center of the tile is also something we should try because that's the rope lineup. So if I just run. Okay, rope lineup for the first tile doesn't give it to you. That would have been nice if it did. Let's try this one. Rope lineup from second tile. It still doesn't do it. It looks very close too. That's kind of disappointing. That looked like it would have worked, but it just wasn't quite there. Alright, third tile. Third tile? Oh, let's go. We got a normalized setup. It's a rope setup, but I mean, we settle for those. Let's play it through. I think we have a normalized setup. This is so obscure. No one is gonna use this. This tech is worthless. Alright, this is our... That's a bomb. This is our normalized setup. Right here. This is what we want to do. So if you align yourself to a rope like this... I'm gonna do this without frame advance. Let me reset the thing. I blew up one of them. Right. Yeah, I threw a bomb. Whatever, we don't need the other one. I want that error message to go away. It's disgracing me. It dishonors my ancestors. There we go, it's gone. Alright, so I should be able to run off this edge, and as long as I don't grab this ledge on the other side, I should be able to just fall. And then if I were to whip off of the edge, that's the next thing that we want to test. So if you had this situation and you wanted to whip to not get this ledge, how does that affect it? So let's whip before we drop off the edge and see how this plays out. I don't think this is going to work. I think this is going to fail. I think you need to whip after your coyote frames end, but let's find out. So we're in the attacking state. So what did we get? We got the drop. We got the 0.01. So it does happen. You can be whipping and it still happens. You get the drop. It doesn't have to do anything with have anything to do with your state. I think it's purely the physics engine that decides to do this when you step off a ledge like this. I don't know why though, because again, you don't have any velocity. This strikes me as a situation where maybe internally the frame sets your velocity, moves you, and then some game mechanic sets it back to 0. That's what I'm speculating happens here. Like maybe like some component of like the player state machine sets it, and then the physics engine sets it back afterward, but you already moved a short distance. Like, I don't know the exact order in which this happens. Like, some collisions happen after the entity state machines, but movement usually happens before the entity state machine. So it's very peculiar. I think the way it works for most things is acceleration applied to velocity, velocity applied to position, player state machine executes, and then collision function puts you like executes on anything that has solid collision. I'm not certain though, I'm not positive about that, and there may be exceptions to this. There's two frame behaviors fighting each other. Yeah, that's what I think is going on here. I think you decelerate for one frame, and then it gets zeroed out at the end of the frame. So that's why you move just a tiny bit. But let's see how this plays out. So now we're falling, and as you can see here, my coyote frames are ignored because I'm in the attacking state. So they stack. What happens is you move down 0.1, and then whatever the normal falling behavior would have been, no matter like whether or not you got the 0.01, whatever the normal falling behavior would have been, that's what kicks in afterward. So this is not going to work. We're going to get hit by the arrow because we're way off the mark. You can see here there's a big gap, and this is not going to give us nearly enough distance to get past the arrow trap. So I think we have a fairly good understanding then of what's going on. We just don't know, like, within the black box of the state machine, we don't know why we get this 0.01. We just know that it happens if you are very, very close to the corner as you're running off of it. On the next frame, you will get a 0.1 or 0.01, like, downward, and then your velocity will still be 0. Like, from our perspective, that's all it looks like. So then the way you would use this in a real run, folks, for all of you waiting at home for that, is not that. I need to whip after my coyote frames end. If you had a wall here, you would just run for it to start with, and you're fine. But if you have a ledge here, you have two choices, I think. You can either try to whip late, and that'll still work if you whip late. If you whip during your coyote frames, you're gonna get the weird fall, and it's gonna fail. And then the other thing that you could do is run off the edge and try to just kind of drop down the middle. And then hold right, which is probably easier to time because the whip guarantees that you fuck it up. But if you don't try the whip, the worst case scenario is you grab the ledge and you try again. But if you do try the whip and you mess up the timing, you will get hit by the arrow trap, guaranteed. So one more for the road. I'm gonna just try to do the tech I would use in a real run, which is that right there. Fall into the pit a little bit and then hold right to tuck yourself into the wall. I don't think you need to be pushed all the way into the wall to get this to work. Let me see how much leeway you have. Alright, so we're falling. We don't have to be running anymore. I don't think we have to even be running the whole way over the edge. You just have to get that little down warp, and then after that it doesn't matter what you do horizontally. So let's see, how much leeway do we have? Arrows there. Yeah, you could be as far back as here. So you, like, the left side of your collision model can be all the way over here, and you'll still survive this because you'll fall past the arrow on the next frame. You do not need to hug the wall. It's okay to just be kind of close to it. Should really go to bed. All right, see ya. Thank you for stopping by. I think we got the bulk, like the lion's share of the tech has been figured out at this point. I'm not sure what else there is to do, unless you want to stick around for the 4-player stack. Was there anything else on the to-do list, or should I do the 4-player stack and then end stream? Because I could do that right now if you want to stick around for that. But that's your call. I'm thinking if there's anything else that I wanted to do here, but I think we might be doing the player stack. The 4-player stack and the clip conveyor. Okay, yeah, if you gotta go to bed now. There will be a VOD on my Twitch channel for this, and I will maybe someday upload these to YouTube. So I apologize if you're missing out on this, but I mean, these streams run late. This is just how things work around here. But we do need to do the conveyor tech. I said the 4-player stack was the finale, along with the clip. So I'm gonna honor that, because that's kind of how I wanted to do this. The 4-player tech is just like, does it chained? So yeah, anyways, our conclusions for this situation here. Y value doesn't actually matter. There is floating point precision jank. It is possible that this affects the outcome depending on where you are in the level, but that's not the reason why this actually happened. We were not correct in that assumption. It has nothing to do with that. For the bulk of the scenarios, it's actually this 0.01 that you get depending on how you run off of this ledge. That's how you get past this specific setup. And I'm not going to brute force all these, but there are probably other arrow lineups that have similar jank associated with them, but this is specifically for this one. And in default camera, this is what this looks like. The arrow trap right here. Yeah, this drop always works with a critter, because you either don't get hit, which is what spawned this endeavor right here, was I didn't get hit during one of the tests. Or you get hit, but the critter takes the blow for you, and then on the next frame you're clear. Which, that's just a matter of figuring out how far you have to fall to not spend 2 frames overlapping the arrow. Because that's ultimately the thing that governs this. So like, for instance, if I don't fall for fast enough like this, even if I'm all the way over here, 1 frame, arrow spawns. 2 frames, if I was holding a critter here, the critter would eat the shot on the next frame. And I would need to be further down to survive the next one. So let's see if this lineup actually saves you the critter. I'm just curious real quick. And then we're going to go test the conveyor belts. So let's just grab a dung beetle. Doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't even have to be a critter. It just has to be something in your hands. Ideally, it's a body, but if it doesn't leave a body, you're fine as long as you're not touching the arrow on the next frame. So if we run off this edge here, and ledge hang intentionally, and then drop down, I'm just trying to like kind of summarize my thoughts for how this works. So, arrow goes off. 1 frame of collision. And that actually works if you have a critter. It's way more generous. You don't need much speed to survive with a critter. You'll get past the arrow at this height, and it looks like this was fairly close. Maybe you could get like a 3 tile. Just try that real quick. But it looks fairly precise, so I'm not sure how much higher you can get it, but it's much... That's an arrow trap. I'm surprised it didn't kill me. I need to look into making a setting in Overlunky to turn that off. I don't like that feature. I don't want the last thing I selected to be what I spawn. I want it to be the last thing I spawned. I need to respawn this arrow trap. I'm just gonna put a new one in. The second one's not active. So for instance, just this height here. So that goes off, that eats my critter, and then I'm still touching it. So like even at this, even with a critter, you don't want to be taking an arrow trap that's any higher than this, unless you're like, I guess walking off the edge I think here is safe. I think Ramili already left, so I'm not gonna rush doing like the 4-player stack thing. It'll get done. We're gonna do it before the stream ends, unless like my power goes out or something, which anything is possible. It keeps. I need to type in the full critter crab. It keeps fucking picking hermit crab. There we go. That's the only thing that can spawn it. Or I could use any of the brain cells I still have left, and I could set up a hotbar spawner for crabs. I like the crabs more than the dung beetles. I don't know why, but I just do. They're easier to see, I guess, for chat, which is partially helpful. So let's see, if I were to just walk off this edge, like slow speed, so I definitely don't get that weird 0.4 that doesn't usually happen. Let's see what we got. Yeah, we survived that. So the danger zone is really if you haven't fallen about 4 tiles. So walking off this edge, this arrow trap is fine. This one's probably fine with a critter. And then you basically have to worry for like an additional like 1 or 2 tiles. This is a situation where somebody could compile every setup, every ledge walk, every ledge drop, every arrow trap height to figure out what is survivable and what isn't. I don't feel like doing that right now. So maybe somebody else will do it, maybe I'll do it, but I think we've figured out the bulk of what I wanted to know here. Any other questions? Did I get the point 4? Are you sure? I thought I didn't. It's, I'm almost certain I didn't. I thought I was paying attention to that. I was looking to see if that happened. You check the clip. Oh my god, that was fast. You're telling me that I was walking. I was literally walking off this edge. You're telling me I got the point 4. Maybe it is possible with like a walking setup and it's just really hard. Oh yeah, I think that might have been it. I'm not zoomed in anymore. Let's see, what's our coyote timer at? I think you're right. Yeah, okay, you can get it with walking. We just didn't find a normalized setup that does it. So I think it's less to do with how fast you're moving and more to do with how little of the ledge you're overlapping on the frame before. I think that must be what controls that then. So theoretically a walk setup could exist, but we just didn't get one. Suppose I could, you know what? Okay, one more go, one more for the road. We can test this really quickly because I could just set myself to a specific X position to do this. Like exposition. It's just a word. X space position. That is what I want to say, and my brain just like will not process that correctly. Okay, so let's see here. So we're gonna walk off the edge. See how close we are to overlap. We can definitely move a little bit further, so let's try that. This will not take very long for me to do. Let's just start like kind of spitballing it with random numbers to see what we get. Crab. What about the crab? What's wrong with the crab? I guess I don't need the crab, right? Alright, so let's alright, let's set ourselves, we're in position. Alright, walking off the edge. So that's not very good. Or is that too good? 0.04, that might be too good actually. I moved myself too far. Let me go back. Oh no, never mind, I'm a dumbass. I undid it. I pressed back twice. Now let's try it. Alright, what do we got? Oh my god, I promise I know how to type. Okay, we are just barely overlapping the edge. This is extremely close. So this, if anything is going to do it, this one is. Yep, there we go. Alright, so it is possible with walking. Good observation. I just kind of didn't notice that the first time. You could do it with walking. We just got it right there. Which I think means if I just let go of my buttons and drop now, I'll move a little bit so I don't hit that. Yep, we make it. So yeah, you could do it with walking. Theoretically, there could be walking normalization, and we just don't know about it. In fact, I'm trying to think, would it be more likely, since it only matters how much we're overlapping the edge and not how much speed we have. I think there's a higher probability with walking speed that you end up on the right spot. Is my brain working correct? So let's think about this. Because normally you're traversing 0.145 tiles per frame. So the odds that that random unnormalized setup just happens to have that minuscule bit of ledge hang is lower than just walking. So you're twice as likely to get this at random if you are walking, is what this is. So that's good to know then. So if you are going to go for this, you actually want to be walking, because you have a higher chance of getting it from an unnormalized setup. Now, out of curiosity, does this one work? This is a decently common setup. Hold on, I need to make sure I'm walking. Alright, so we're walking right now. I should not have to worry about overshooting. Yeah, I gotta second guess myself. Yep, there we go. That's a normalized setup from walking speed right there. Huh. So let's confirm. Yep, there you go. So yeah, it's not as prohibitively awful. Whatever the odds were of the first one working, they're twice as high if you just walk off the edge. Because of the fact that your velocity does not matter. It only matters how much of this corner you're overlapping, and walking gives you twice as many chances to get the correct corner overlap. From an unnormalized setup, and that means it's also viable to find normalized setups like this ledge jump. Because this ledge jump right here is literally just me holding jump, left, and walk. Actually, let's see, I let go of jump early. Let's see if we still get it. I'm still holding jump. Yeah, you still get it. You can literally hold jump for the entire thing. I still have not let go of jump. I'm still holding jump. So, like, it does not matter. It's not that precise. And then you get past it. So, yeah, that'll work. I still don't know if this is useful, but it's slightly more useful than it was a minute ago, or like 5 minutes ago, whenever we figured this out. Time sure flies when you're having fun. I think we're done with this. I think we move on. Let's do the conveyors. I forget who keeps asking, but I also want to see the conveyors. So here's the next thing that we're going to test. Let's do this in a long level. Can you just bum rush? If there were hypothetically conveyor belts in Dwelling, could you just bum rush an arrow trap with a critter in your hand and not get hit by the arrow? That's what we're testing here. So let's do it. We're wrapping things up here. I have arrow traps on the hotbar. Then we're doing it to the right because I don't have an easy way to spawn these facing the other way. I have not tested the player stack. I'm going to watch the clip that was DM'd to me, and then I'm going to do the player stack. I'm not going... No matter what is in the clip, we are not testing the contents of the clip. I don't know what's in it yet. We will watch it on stream because everybody thought it was really cool, so we will watch it. But I will not follow it up during this stream. I need to stop streaming today. It's got to be for another time. Conveyor belt left. So let's see what we got here. Let's just spawn a whole bunch of these. You know, right up to the arrow trap. Perfect. Okay. Let's go get a worm bin full of random ass critters. So crabs. I like having the crabs. Let's put them in here. Really, no friendly crabs? Come on, game. There we go. There's a friendly crab. You're our first sacrifice. Okay. So this is one where I think I would like to start with normalized setups. Let's see, how do I want to do this? So let's get the theory out of the way before we do this. The hypothesis. Running left, if you are moving fast enough, you should be able to have the critter tank the hit on the first frame, and then on the second frame, the arrow is behind you. That's like what we're testing. Do I think it's possible? Let's see, I should be able to figure that out. The player hitbox... Is that the width of the player hitbox? This, I think, depends on the width of the player hitbox and the speed of the conveyor belts. Arrow's gonna kill all my crabs. That's gonna depend on the speed of the... or the width of the player hitbox, the speed of the belts, and I guess maybe the size of the arrow. Yeah, a few things are gonna play into this. You know what, I don't want to run the numbers just yet. Let me center myself on this tile. There we go. Okay, I turned on grid snap. I'm just gonna run left from this position and see what happens. Okay, so that's the entry point to the trigger. Doesn't matter. We don't care about that. Let's see where the arrow is during this interaction. That's bad. That's really bad. Like, that is not even close. I think this was an extremely inefficient hit. I think I literally skimmed the tip of the arrow. Like, I just barely skimmed the tip of the arrow hitbox. Let's check that. Let's see what the overlap was on that. So this is not a good test position. I want to try this from a different position. This is just like seeing if it's theoretically possible. Arrows are way too wide. It feels that way, but I want to test an optimal scenario to verify that. Or mathematically, we can also verify it, but just like based on this initial test, it does not look good. Like, arrows are huge. It's not like falling past an arrow. These things are massive. So I think I'll run the numbers if I can't find like an obvious test that works correctly. I did not mean to do that. Now I have to type all this out again. I accidentally pressed up. So let's see. Arrow is 4239. It's not happening. I don't think it's happening. The maximum horizontal speed is 0.4 units per frame. But I think you can also have speed added by like riding certain like moving floors and stuff. I don't think there's going to be any combination of jank that would give you enough speed to do this, but we will do the math and find out. So the right side minus the hitbox, player ID, by left. So that is how much. That's not quite floating point precision, I think. That doesn't feel quite in that domain. That's a 1,000th that we overlapped by. I think that's too much for float precision to have applied to this. So there is a 1,000th somewhere in like the size or the spawn position of like one of these objects. Not looking good though. It is absolutely not looking good. Simply dodge the arrow with frozen hermit crab. I don't think that's gonna work. We've already established frozen enemies won't tank the hit for you. Now if the frozen hermit crab had a block on it, that's an interesting question. I wonder. The interesting thing about that interaction is that interaction does not give you velocity. It just, you teleport. I wonder if like the sub-frame like calculations it does will scoop up the arrow along the way, or if you'll just go past it. We'll try that before we do the 4-player stack. When I confirm that this is impossible, which it's probably not, we'll try that with the 4-player stack. So let's see here. So we got a really, really bad one from this. I'm not gonna write it off just yet. Never ending stream. Yep. Alright, so what do we got here? So I'm gonna position myself in the center of this tile. 21. We want to be just a smidge further away, just a tiny bit. What was this the number? Let me see. 0.1, yeah, that's what that was. So we are now like some tiny, infinitesimally small distance further away than we were before. So that's what we're going to attempt. And again, it doesn't matter if I turn around or not. So let me rearm the arrow trap. I gotta get the Wumpers mod set up for this next time I do this. That's not looking good. What? How the fuck? How much button mashing have I been doing? I turned off pause again. Hold on. What have I been pressing? When I was like mashing buttons. Control O. When did I even do that? When did I actually do that? Ugh, great. Now I have the ghost overlay for the rest of the level. I don't know how to turn that off. Okay, what else have I fucked up here? No ghosts, no Steam, no save. Normally I have God mode turned on. Did I ruin anything else? I'm gonna save my settings because Overlunky keeps reloading these every time I close it for some reason. Disable dark levels, that's fine, we leave that on. Or off. I probably fat fingered it. I might turn off that shortcut. I'm gonna turn off that shortcut. I've never like thought to myself, wow, I wish I could turn the ghost on and off a lot. I've never had the desire to do that. That's not a setting I change often. I can just click the UI. Unset. There we go. We'll solve my issues. My fingers aren't even that fat. I have very slender, dainty fingers, and I still keep doing this somehow. I'm a klutz, apparently. You heard it here. I mean, you've seen how I play these runs. Okay, I think we got everything, so I'm gonna save my options. Hopefully this will stick this time. Let's see, we're closer. I'm gonna turn off follow or choose Spelunky just in case anybody was going to do that, because we're not gonna switch Spelunkys anymore. That and the fact that Classic Guy was technically unlocked, so anybody could have redeemed that in the last like 2 hours, but nobody did, because Captain was gone, and I thank all of you for that. But they are turned off now, so that is no longer going to happen. I'm not going to change characters anymore for the rest of the stream. So we'll keep playing as William Chang. Alright, so what was I here to do before I fucked that up? I was trying to rearm the arrow trap. And then what? I'm so distracted. I think I scuffed it is what I did, so I want to set my position back again. Because I fucked up the frame advance. Dude, get over here. Is that a friendly? Why is it running that way? Just grab it. Forehead. You were thinking about it, but you know the noise can be annoying at times, especially, yeah, well, I appreciate you not doing it. Yeah, I don't want to be classic guy right now. Alright, so this is the best case scenario, mathematically. If this doesn't work, this is not happening with conveyors. Apparently not. I think I will attribute that to rounding errors. Let me move just a little, just a smidge further to the right. That should avoid rounding errors. See, that crab was fine. That should avoid rounding errors. We are just a teensy bit further over. Because the number that we're trying to dodge is this tiny bit of overlap here. Wish the noise could be enabled and disabled. Yeah, it's dumb. They're too loud, they're grating, then there's no noise for picking up items. It's dumb. It's just bad design. What am I doing wrong here? What am I doing wrong? This doesn't seem right. This should have worked. I need to revisit my methodology. Because I shouldn't be far enough to not be triggering it on the first frame. And I thought we confirmed that the arrow can't hit the crab in my hands. It can only hit me and then get redirected. So why is it going off? 42. No, it's not overlapping. It's hitting the crab in my hands before I get to it. I guess that can happen. Maybe I didn't test that. Maybe I didn't confirm that held items don't have their own independent hitbox. Okay, we have a fairly easy way to test that. But like, it looks like I can't even use the crab to eat the hit from the arrow because the arrow physically hits the critter in my hand. Okay, so what I'm testing for here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set off the arrow trap and we're going to see where the arrow goes, and I'm going to position myself so that the crab is the only thing that gets hit. Okay, so if I dangle the crab over the edge of this conveyor belt, the arrow will hit it. That's what we can confirm here. Back a little. Okay, so the arrow should hit this crab, but not me. So I need to set off the arrow trap. I'll just drop some crap in front of it. I don't care what's in that pot. It's gonna be a scorpion or something. Huh? Now it won't hit. That's negative. Okay, hold on. Let's make sure. Okay, so this is the right side of the arrow, and the left side of my. Wait, no, the left side is going to be higher. But that means in the previous cases we weren't overlapping. But I moved further to the right, and now I'm doing something wrong. Hold on, I need to step back and think for a second. So the math is wrong here. Something doesn't track. The crab cannot be hit by the arrow at all. So we know that isn't happening. Instead of doing this subtraction operation, let's do this right. I think I might have my numbers backwards, and maybe there's some other precision issue going on here. Let's go right back to the first case, 21. I'm holding left. That's all I'm doing. I am holding left. There's the squish. The crab just died. Where is the right side of the arrow? I think I have these numbers backwards, but that makes this even more confusing if I have these numbers backwards. Wait, that one's fine. Well, let's separate these. This is the right side of the arrow on the end of this frame. Where is my player hitbox? That's overlap. Okay, so we are overlapping, that's how I read this first. This number was overlap. So this number is lack of overlap. Yeah, negative would be lack of overlap because we're measuring how much further the right side of the arrow is than the left side of my hitbox. No, I was right. I interpreted this correctly the first time. We were overlapping by 1,000th of a unit. Now we're not overlapping at all, but the crab is still getting hit. Is there like more rounding for this interaction? Maybe like horizontally, but not vertically? I mean, arrows are weird. Like just for some like, just a bit of preface here, like there are collisions in this game that have 0.0005 padding around them, where it counts as a collision if you're within that distance of actually overlapping a hitbox. There are some checks in this game that do that. But I thought with all this falling tech that we did, that wasn't the case, but maybe we just never cut it close enough to notice that because we were dealing with 0.01 for all that arrow drop stuff, which is way higher than 5/1000ths. Well, it's not way higher, but it's twice as high, so it doesn't fall within that threshold. Like, it's way higher enough is what I'm kind of getting at here. So I think maybe I need to move a little bit more. Because this distance, I think if this is 0.0005, I think it'll work. So let's try this. How's the blocking? Let's okay, we're gonna overkill it. That should work. How's the blocking with the arrow with the crabs going? Not well. We're discovering more gameplay jank, like, as I go along, and the stream is never going to end. The ride never ends. So I'm gonna name my next stream when I do science. This won't work. You think it won't? Or wait a minute, no, hold on a sec. So wait, we had a 1,000th. No, we had a 1,000th. I'm adding the padding to it. This number, I think, is going to come within float precision because of that 0.0005 that I know some collision checks use. If this doesn't work, I will change it to 0.001. So I will do this. Let's try this one first. You believe? Thank you, Neb. You probably shouldn't. None of these have worked so far. Didn't work. All right. Well, let's go back to. What do you mean we did that? You're right, we did do that. Okay, hold up a second. Oh my, it's because I keep misreading this number right here. I keep thinking this number. This is the, you are absolutely correct. I'm a dumbass. This is the number I was trying to undo. Okay, now my theory is this. This will be on the floating point precision boundary, for sure. This time, Kappa. This is the one. For sure. There's no chance. There's no chance that this isn't the one. So this may or may not shoot. This may not hit me depending on the floating point precision. Let's find out. There we go. Got it. That was the number. I was off by a power of 10. We are so investing in dwelling. We've been in the dwelling for half an hour. Alright, so it did not hit the critter. It hits the critter. So there's no shot, right? I have God mode on. Don't get your hopes up. Don't get excited. I don't think that worked. We saw that the arrow was still overlapping with my hitbox. Let's do this correctly. Rearm the trap. I think we get hit by the back of the arrow because that makes sense. Alright, we run for it. This makes sense. Like this, hold on. I can get rid of these particles. No, I can't. Let's just zoom in and appreciate how bad this video game is. I have been stabbed by this arrow for 2 damage, chat. You can see that the sharp point of the arrow has collided with my character and inflicted 2 points of damage. Isn't that great? Isn't that just so good? Oh, it's fantastic. It tickled me. Stupid video game. Alright, so by the way, I have another dumb idea. I have an incredibly stupid idea, and I want to see if you can figure out what it is while I don't say anything. Let's see here. You do not understand why you can't up. Dude, I spent a whole stream trying to figure out why 7TV wouldn't work, and then it just started working after the stream. The website sucks, but everybody's using it now, so I don't have much choice. Alright, let's go. I want to see if I move any faster as a result of running on top of the push block instead. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm wondering if my speed will be any faster. This is a complete shot in the dark that this would actually work. And I don't think it will, because I don't think I'm at the speed limit, but we are going to try the hermit crab thing. No, I'm not moving significantly faster, if at all. I was wondering if there was like some interaction here. So let me run the numbers here. So if we get on this conveyor belt, how fast do we move? Detach. I was just wondering if I had a clamped speed at all. Okay, so we don't have velocity, which is exactly what I was expecting from that. Like, this was a shot in the dark. We are moving at 0.05. This is just a static modifier to the position of the player. And you see my position changing too. It's because I'm actually attached to the conveyor belt, so my X coordinate and Y coordinate are relative to the belt. But you can see how quickly they're moving me along. 0.05, that's the number to remember. So this is my maximum speed on a belt. Is that right there? 0.0195. Or 0.195. God, I'm tired. That's how fast you can move on these belts. And the push block didn't add anything to that, which it was a long shot, but I was wondering if maybe there'd be some weird feedback loop where I got the speed from the belt and the block got the speed from the belt, but that is not what happened. I only got running speed and then the block got belt speed, so it changed nothing. But that's why I thought that might work. I was wondering if it would compound and it would give us both the belt speed. But that is not the case. The belt just moves you every frame. It does not give you velocity. But I had to try it. So, with this information, how fast is this theoretically possible? Can we do this? How fast does an arrow trap shoot an arrow is the next question. I moved the arrow trap. Here, hold on. Now it's 42.79. Okay, we rearmed the trap. How fast does an arrow get shot from a trap? To make it smaller resolution. Well, you can't upload investing in dwelling to 7TV, but I am using investing in dwelling. What? Wait, why don't you use the one that's already there? I thought you were just talking about like a specific email wasn't working. Just use the one that's there. Medials is perfectly fine. Unless you really want your own version of it, which I guess is fair if you ever want to change it and you don't want somebody else to own that emote. You don't like using other people's stuff. Well, I got bad news for you. You should probably get out of my stream because I stole like a bunch of 7TV emotes from your channel and have not uploaded any myself. Unless you don't mind other people using your stuff, in which case that's cool. But I have not submitted a single emote to one of these platforms myself. They are all like taken. They're not like stolen. I didn't like copy them and re-upload them. I just used like the link you already had. Like it says that it's for your channel, which I assume is fine. It should be, because otherwise I don't know what to tell you. That's what that website's for. Okay, so anyways, what's the speed of this arrow? The arrow's ID is 4316. I need to undo this. This is why this didn't work. 4316. I've run through the science playlist. I only have 2 hours and 22 minutes of science music. I need to get more. These streams go for so long. I have to loop it like halfway through. Okay, anyways, 4316. 4316. Position, speed. Interesting. Arrows move at maximum speed. Steel Chimera's music. I prefer to just look into the music on my own. I've listened to some of Chimera's music, but most of it I think is like too intense for what I want to do with my streams. So I try to go for like kind of something a little more middle ground than that. I tried to pick bangers, that too. I didn't just like fill it with just like random auto-generated stuff from YouTube. I picked these ones out specifically. So I get point... What do you mean I get 0.8? No, I get 0.4 from the arrow, or am I stupid? The arrow is moving towards me at 0.4. I am moving towards the arrow at this. So essentially, we could pretend the arrow is not moving. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you're talking about. I thought you were just talking about like a single like iteration. I'm getting to that. We'll have to figure out how many frames I need for 2. So starting off with that. So this, like, pretend the arrow isn't moving and I'm moving 0.4 faster. This is how fast I'm moving. I need to clear the arrow's hitbox in 2 frames of movement, I think. Let's see. So the first frame, we hit the critter. And then on the second frame, I need to not be touching the arrow anymore. So really, I only get 1 frame of overlap. Yeah, the first... I'm trying to make sure I've got the numbers figured out right here. This is definitely not looking possible with this speed. But yeah, so I touch the arrow and I'm holding a critter. The first tick of arrow damage goes to the critter. I need to not be touching the arrow on the next frame, or I take the hit. I get 1 frame of overlap, and then I need to not be on that arrow anymore. Whereas if I didn't have a critter, I would need to be going full speed the whole to pick up another critter. I wonder, honestly. I don't think you can do that because I think the game doesn't update your state until the next frame after the critter dies. I don't know if I'd be able to pick one up. But the point is, I only get to overlap the arrow for 1 frame if I have a critter in my hand, so we need to be clear of it by then. Is that possible? And I don't think it is, because I think the arrow is too thick and the player is too thick. So how thick, how girthy, not how girthy, how long is this arrow, rather, is what I should be saying. So, I think we saw this number before, but I'm going to look at it again just in case. We know that the arrow is 0.02 tall, but now we're fighting the width of the arrow, which is way worse. 0.76, for whatever reason. That's the number that they went with. And the player is, I think, 0.28 wide. I think this is already not going to work, but I want to definitively run the numbers and confirm that it's not possible. This is already looking bad. Or no, 0.28 is half of the player width. That ain't looking good. So in the best case scenario, we need to evaluate like whether or not we're overlapping. So the best case scenario is this one right here. We start like this. Let me turn off grid snap. So yeah, this is the best case scenario. We start with this right here. This ain't happening. I said turn off the grid snap. There we go. So then on the next frame, I can move 0.56 units over. That means I'm still overlapping the arrow by 0.2. It's gonna be like roughly here. It's like, that's it. That ain't happening. On the next frame, I'm gonna be right here, and that's what we observed in the best case scenario. We can't do this, because I'm not going to move far enough into the arrow for this to happen. In order to do this, like hypothetically, how far do I need to be to make this happen? I think I need to move 0.76, right? Because we go from right here to right here. Or, let's see. No, hold on. I'm mixing this up here for a second. Let's see, what's our speed? No, not quite. Let's pretend for a second our speed is 0.6. So we go from right here, because I have to deal with the player hitbox as well. You can tell my brain is melting with this like simple algebra and my inability to comprehend it. I have been streaming for 11 hours and I will not stop until we get a conclusive answer. Comcrust, please no. No, please don't be crusting. You already did the math. Okay, let's see your math. It might be better. Look, it doesn't help to have a peer review to see if we come to the same conclusion. No, my stream's updating. We're fine, I think. God, you scared me. We went all night without Comcrust. But yeah, for the first frame, yeah, this isn't gonna work. So if I needed to skip the arrow in a single frame, okay, I figured out why I was getting confused. So if I needed to skip the arrow in a single frame, I need to travel the full length of my hitbox and the arrow's hitbox in one frame. I would need to travel 1.32. And that, okay, Close got that number. That's the single frame test. That's how far I have to travel to pass through an arrow. That is not happening. There is no way that we're doing that. You cannot move that fast in this game, except maybe with the hermit crab bug, which we're going to test in a moment. No, I don't mind people calling out Comcrest, because you never know, it might be my stream, and if nobody calls it out and everybody just quietly sits there, then I never find out about it. But it sounds like it's on Neb's end, so refresh the stream, watch a Sonic Drive-In ad or two, give me like 2 cents of ad revenue, and then hop right back in, because we're not done yet. So then the next thing was, this is the situation with the crab. So we want to be here, on this frame. And then if I were to pass it, I think is it basically half of that? If I'm understanding it, let's think about this. So how fast would I need to be moving to survive this if I had the crab, is what I'm wondering. Because obviously my current speed is not enough. I would need to just, it's just 2 frames, I think. Or is the, wait, when does the crab hit me? Because the arrow is moving and the crab is... So let's see, we're right here on the next frame. I don't want to do that. Whoops. What did I just spawn? What did I just spawn? What did I just do? I spawned another hired hand. Get out of here. Like, this is obviously not possible, but I want to know what the number is, because maybe there is an edge case we haven't thought of where you can actually get this much speed through some combination of like getting pushed by another entity that's moving at max speed while you're also trying to move. Kind of the idea I had with the push block here, but again, it didn't stack. Graded speed is 0.66. It sounds like it's close, and I think you're right. So we have the arrow here, and then we hit the hermit crab. So like I could theoretically be in the middle right here. It's just half, I think. If I'm not insane, it's just half. So it's just this number divided by 2, isn't it? Yeah, that sounds right. And you're telling me it's half this number. Okay, so we both came to the same conclusion, which is what I wanted to see happen here. It's half this number because, again, we're pretending the arrow is not moving. So if I was like, I could theoretically be like right over here. And then in the middle of the arrow, this is like where the hit could happen. And then I could be over here. But the reality is, I don't get to halfway through the arrow, I get to about here-ish. Just short of it. We're actually pretty close. The number that we have is 0.595, and the number we need is 0.66. So with the conveyor belt, it's actually really close to being able to run through an arrow trap shot, but not quite. It just isn't enough speed, and this game is like hard locked to 0.4 units per frame for almost everything. So it is unfortunately not going to happen with this current setup. Let's see. So we try hermit crabs, and then I think we do the 4-player stack. I don't know how the hermit crab is going to work because I don't know if it's going to scoop up the player. Oh, by the way, the arrow does this if it's in the flying state instead of like just a regular free fall. That's why it was like that. So let's do this. We shouldn't even need the conveyor belts for this. Like these are not important. All right, so this is just a little fun primer for anyone who's never seen this before. But if you pick up a frozen hermit crab, you get in this horrible feedback loop where the hermit crab just kind of pushes you back, and then you push it, and then it, like, you pull the block along with it. We do need one that doesn't have any of these now. I need a block. I need a block. I need a block. I need a block. Oh, we had. I'm scuffing my inputs hard. No. No. Definitely no. We're not doing it with that one. That does technically work. There we go. That's what we wanted. Now, it's not grid aligned, but I don't think we really care. We'll be back in like 10 minutes. Alright. I'm not gonna stop. There, I just need to hint stream. Okay, so that guy hasn't set that off yet. Let me turn on God mode for this, because I'm gonna die, and we no longer care about whether I have God mode on, so I need this asshole to come back over here to the right. Can I just put you over here, maybe? There we go. Okay, you just stay there, okay? Let's see, if I stand right here, I need to rearm the trap. $43.27. Could technically do this with a freeze shot, but this will work fine. Errands of poison bubbles poisons the area. It's not an interaction you'll encounter very often. Hopefully this will pick up the hermit crab. Alright, so what I have just done is sentence myself to I've just banished myself to the shadow realm if I was a normal player right now. So we're in a like ultra scuffed feedback loop right now, where I picked up this frozen hermit crab that has a push block that's overlapping my character model. For some reason, this doesn't just move you like one iteration per frame. I just stepped one frame and I just moved like 2.5 tiles and it accelerates as far as I can tell. You'll also notice, I think it went through the freeze ray. Now I'm over here. And I think I just hit the arrow trap with my alignment. So the physics engine is like, I don't know how this works exactly under the hood, but the physics engine appears to have stopped moving me because it thought that some combination of these items was going to hit this arrow trap. And I think what happened was the game basically forward calculated that I was going to collide with this and it just stopped the collision. And there we go, the hermit crab died. So we're going to try that again from one tile further out, I think, until we get a combination that works. I want to go through this arrow trap. That is our goal here. Can I pass through this arrow trap? We're not really proving a point anymore. Or not a useful point. Why did I delete that? I have to set it up again now. I want to see if I can go through this arrow trap or if the collision engine will not do it. I think the collision engine won't do it, or if it does do it, it'll have to be too far away. I'm almost certain I can pass through the arrow, but I don't know about the trap itself. And what I might do if this doesn't work is I might trigger the trap from off screen and then see if I could pass through it with the hermit crab. So we've got a couple things to try here. This is very dumb. Let me put the freeze ray over here. So we can prove that it is technically possible to pass through an arrow is kind of what we're going for here. Alright, so let's give ourselves this. I don't know why the tiles are all scuffed like that. Usually these get cleaned up. That's what happens when you one frame down throw a weapon, by the way. You just drop it, but your character doesn't visibly crouch at all. As opposed to throwables, where you'll just throw them instead. Alright, so we pick it up. We're gonna hit that again, I think. Yeah, you can see what the collision engine is doing here. It's basically saying, like, no, fam, you can't do that. I wonder if it's robust enough that you can't clip through blocks, but in the Cosmic Ocean, you can go through the teleporting border because it doesn't have any collision checks for this. So that might be why if you see people do this in CO, they go through the teleporting border. But in a regular level, you just get pulped against the wall, sometimes without even touching the wall, and that's exactly what I think we're seeing here. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna set off this arrow trap from really far away. And I'm gonna just try to pass through the arrow. You even get crushed though if you're not. How do you even get... But you do get crushed even though you're not in the arrow trap. I think that is the collision engine, like, saying that you get gibbed in that situation. Because it probably has some weird, janky, like, fallback mechanics for this sort of thing, where it, like, thinks I must have clipped into the wall. But I have God mode on. I guess I could turn God mode off just to see how it plays out. Let's try a couple things. Let's do this first, and then I'll turn God mode off and see if this plays out differently. It's possible that me being in God mode has affected the behavior of this particular bug. Didn't Jay figure out push blocks are like 20% of the time or something? We're gonna have to really put an anchor. I'm already wearing one, but I guess I could put another one up here. Doesn't hurt. Alright, turn around, asshole. Okay, so I need to set off the arrow trap. Let me check the API. I think I still have this page open. I need to set it off remotely, and I don't want to mess with my camera right now. I do not have the page open because I am an idiot, so let's get that open again. I could spawn something in front of it if I can't figure out a way to do this, but I think there's just a fire... Yeah, there's just a trigger command. The movable entity for ownership transfers. In theory, that would be me. So I will just set it to that. Alright. Okay, I didn't get any errors, so that probably worked. What are the odds that it didn't? Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, go figure. I would land directly on top of the arrow while moving it like 4 tiles per frame. I need to set off the arrow trap earlier, I think. How the fuck did the hermit crab survive? The arrow got crushed by the block. The block crushed the arrow. It didn't even hit the crab. It is so stupid. Right, let's rearm it and try that again. I'm gonna get rid of this guy just because his layering is wrong because I picked him up. Like, you could tell the devs did not plan for this at all. The layering is wrong after you pick him up. Like, that's why it looks bugged. It doesn't, like, correct it to, like, have the right item on top. Because it doesn't expect me to be carrying an entity that's carrying another entity, so they just did not, like, test for that at all. And yet, here we are. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Hey. It is just gonna be random chance whether or not I get this. It hit the hermit. It hit the push block. Oh, and then we go through it. I'm pretty sure I can go through that arrow. I think if I just get lucky and my timing is good, I think I can go through that arrow. Like, you see that it dropped off. It hit the push block. You might have heard the little tick noise. And now we're stuck into the wall. Until that happens. I'm pretty sure I can go through this damn arrow. And I am going through this arrow. We're doing this. And then we're gonna do the 4-player stack, and then I'm gonna go retire. I need to add a mod or something that could spawn a hermit crab with a specific item. I know randomizer can do that. I just need to look into how to do it. So let's try to normalize. Can you throw it? Yeah, you can throw it if you're really fast. If you throw it with a mitt, it gets mitt physics until it unfreezes. It's very silly looking. Let's see, when do I want to set this off? Let's set it off now. There we go. We did it, folks. Easy way to get through an arrow without hitting it. Just walk right through it, no problem. Literally no collision. Easiest trick of your life. How many tries did that take? Oh, God. Okay, the last thing I want to do, I'm going to set up a longer runway, and then I'm going to just do this without God mode on, just to see how the wall collision plays out. Let me block all this off. I just want to see how the wall collision plays. But I think it's impossible to go through a solid tile like this, but this will give me the most speed possible. In fact, we can get rid of some of the out-of-bounds crap as well. Yeah, so you can see the out of bounds now. I need my camera zoomed out more because I'm going to be moving so fast that the camera literally cannot keep up with what I'm doing here. I'm probably going to have to zoom it out even more than this. So, God mode off. Let's see what happens with this interaction. Can you take any longer to come out of your block? Why is it in, hold on, is it inside the block? I'm waiting for its collision to come out. Get this out of the way, I don't need this. And this. Why is the hermit crab's entire fucking collision model inside the block? What is this video game? Okay, I can still hit it though. I can't grab that, can I? I can't pick it up. Ah, it's because the block can't move back. Of course. Alright, there we go. Fucking game. I would have thought the hermit crab gets pushed forward by that interaction, but I guess the block gets pushed back. I'm surprised the freeze ray shot was able to hit it, but I'm gonna attribute that to freeze ray jank. Like, the freeze ray can go through the metal shield sometimes, so anything is possible. Alright, so we out of here. Again, I don't know why you move so fast, like, per frame. It's like it does, like, 5 or 10, like, iterations of this calculation before it, like, figures out where to put you at the end of the frame. I think there's, like, steps to the collision algorithm. And this results in you moving, like, I've seen, like, up to, like, 8 tiles per frame. I don't actually know why it's inconsistent. We're moving at about 3 tiles per frame right now. So we don't have God mode on. I'm most likely going to die. It's right here too, apparently. I just got pulped, like, right in that spot. The game just, like, gives up when it thinks you're gonna hit a wall, and it doesn't even, like, step you back into it. It's like, nope. Nope, not doing that. Hold on, I'm paused. There we go. Last time that happened, I got very concerned. That's because I was still paused. So yeah, that's what happens if you don't have God mode on. You don't even necessarily hit a wall. You just die. Let's try it to the right. We got another Ankh, why not? That's the flag. There we go. That's what you use that for, chat. That's what that's for. That's why that's there. That is the correct use of that emote. Fucking Ankh cutscene. Yeah, this time I'm only moving 3 tiles per frame. I had a test I was doing where I was moving at like 8. Like, it was absurd how fast I was moving. And we're dead. On cutscene. Flashbang. What's this, throwing it? I'll do that in a moment. I'll show that. I'm gonna go spawn in a Mitt and another Ankh. Though I'm gonna just turn God mode back on. And then we're gonna do the 4-player stack, and then we're gonna be done with this forever. Not forever. Till next stream that I decide I'm gonna show this. And holding up and throw. Get some blocks out of its way. And that didn't work at all. Well, there it goes. And it's dead. We could probably show that in real time. I think if I turn God mode on, I can probably do that in real time so you can see how that looks. Let me clear out some of the level. Get these pesky blocks out of the way. We don't need these. There we go. That's a nice fresh level. I'm glad I have God mode on. That would have killed me. I think I obliterated my freeze ray at some point while I was doing that. Okay, so this is what this looks like with human reaction times, which mine are not very good. I picked up the freeze ray again. Why is it? Oh, it's against the wall. I can't pick it up. Hold on. There we go. All right. I didn't even have time to do it, and this time it went through the wall, of course. We couldn't get that to happen that whole time. And now it goes through the wall. I wasn't even close to doing that fast enough. Oh, because I got rid of the block. That's why. There was no wall. I was like, that doesn't seem right. No, there was no wall. I'm a dumbass. I blew up the block that was functioning as the wall in the midst of my chaos. That's probably where the freeze ray went, actually. Yep. No, that doesn't blow up. That's fine. That doesn't need to blow up. There would be a fucking bomb bag in there. So annoying to spawn these. I have got to make a custom spawner for this enemy. For specific types. There we go. Is there a 1 in 3 chance that something explosive spawns in? Oh my god, I clicked out of the... It happened again. I've complained about this every stream. Windows 10 is a shitty fucking operating system, and it snaps your cursor to the corner of the monitor if you try to run your cursor across monitors. Guess what was on that monitor, chat? Guess what button was in that spot? That's right, it was the X for the video that was playing the music. So now we have to reopen that and get everything running again. Shuffle this. I don't even know which song was... Actually, I do know what song was playing. Where is it? No, it's at the bottom of the list, whatever. I'll just do this instead. There it is. Got it. Good fucking operating system. No option to change that. In fact, they removed the option that let you do that in like Windows 8, that operating system that nobody likes. Fucking Windows. I have to complain about that at least once per stream. It's so annoying. I do not want my cursor to stick to the corner. I am fully capable of dealing with this myself. I do not need the computer to help me stick my cursor to the corner so I can click on the X. This has never once been helpful to me. Alright, so what I'm going to do here, since I'm obviously really bad at this, is I'm going to drop the freeze ray. I'm going to grab the hermit crab, and then I'm going to unpause and throw it. Alright, so we've grabbed it. So we unpause, up, and whip. I'm going to die before I have time to do this. It's so fast. I have like a 1/6 of a second to do this. Let's see, I should probably start by holding up. Alright, so we're holding up. I just want to see the proper speed on the throw is the only reason I'm doing this. There we go, got it. So yeah, I think it's either until the block hits something or until the ice thaws that the freeze will last. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to jump and try to throw it horizontally. And there's no point in doing this in the loop because again, the ice is going to break and it'll just drop. It won't like, nothing interesting happens in the loop. I have tested this off stream because it doesn't like go far enough to like loop forever. It unfreezes after a while. Surely these won't blow up. Easy. I hate this game so much, you have no idea. How many are in this spot? I'm deleting them right now and they're not going away. There we are. Alright, this one I'm going to do a frame advance because this one's a lot harder. I have to jump very quickly after I grab this. There you go. There we go, the ice thawed all the way back over there. I actually got some distance on that, I'm impressed. But that right there is why you wouldn't really get anything interesting out of the loop. If you throw it while it's on the ground, it doesn't like move back the same way. I can show that. I think it's not nearly as interesting. Let's try it. If I recall correctly, it drags really fast. Oh, that sucks, dude. Yeah, oh, never mind. No, I'm a dumbass. It does slide on the ground. You don't have to jump. Maybe I did a test wrong where I like fell a tile before I did that. It actually does slide on the ground, so you don't have to jump. You could just throw it, and it will like scrape the top of like the level that you're in. Okay, anyways, 4-player stack. We're done. We gotta end the stream. I'm dying here. We gotta end stream. 4-player stack. Do I have enough buttons to spawn this many players? Or, let's see. I don't, but I know someone who does. Please, please work, task tool. I need this. I don't know if it works. I can revert it to a state where it definitely does work if this doesn't function correctly. We're not making a task, but this task tool has a feature that doesn't work correctly, so let me revert for a second here. The task tool has a feature that'll let me set up a 4-player run without inputs for them. So just look at these cool errors for a second while I revert to a previous build, because I was halfway through this one, so let me stash my changes. I thought this might happen, but that should be okay. Let me stash. Let's see, task tool. I'm gonna revert it. I might have to revert my settings, which is also fine. It won't affect anything. Alright, task tool, here it is. I got way too many of these projects, so let's see. Just stash all changes, whatever. I don't want to stash that. That file causes issues. This is why you use version control, folks, so you don't get like completely screwed over by this kind of situation. And let's see, this is just partial full state nonsense, whatever. It's just what I'll type in. See if you can piece together what's going wrong here, but it has to do with the settings and some changes I was making to them, and I think it's breaking because they don't exist in the current settings file. Alright, then we should be able to revert. Okay, good. We are reverted, so let's see if that works. If that doesn't work, I will also revert the settings file. Reload. Simple. Okay, good. I think we got it reverted. Well, you get a sneak peek of some of the UI for the task tool. But again, we're not making a task right now. I'm specifically doing this because I have this feature in the task tool to create a run with any players that I want. So let's see, what was I playing as that whole time? I think it was Alta. Let's just put all our favorites in here. That one. Where's Valerie? There's Valerie, and you know, Rafi. We'll just leave Rafi in there. Seed, I don't know, just type something. It doesn't matter. We just need a level where I can get 4 players in the run. And we want to start in dwelling. We're gonna do a 4-player stack holding stuff, and we're gonna see how this plays out. I fully expect this to be absolutely awful. Alright, we've created it. I should be able to warp to this level now. Let me make sure player 1's controls are configured. So we'll do that, and then we'll warp there. Okay, so we have a run now that has 4 players in it. I don't know what their controls are. I don't really care. I'm just going to use like commands to do this, but this saves me, the task tool here saved me the grief of having to set up control schemes to just get them in the game. That's all that we're doing here with this. So let me move them all into a better location. Let me fix my camera as well. Default, we're all set to God mode. And we need to pick each other up, so I can get more arrow traps later. And then what I guess we were going to see was whether or not we can have a critter at the end of the stack. So what we're going to have to do here is like use commands to give them items. I don't need the task tool anymore. Let's close that. Alright, so let's just give them a crab or a dung beetle. Yeah, just do a dung beetle, that's the classic. Alright, so pick up Rafi, dung beetle. Okay, second player or third player is Valerie. I'm doing it in reverse order. Okay, you pick up Rafi. Let's get them out in the open a bit. Yeah, this is co-op. That's what we're doing right now. You found me out. It was a co-op stream all along. I do have friends in real life. I'm not just ordering these bots around because they're just cold puppets, just dead husks of beings that cannot move or think for themselves. Do that. And hopefully we don't have to build this. So here's the stack. This is the classic. This is the player stack right now. And at the very end of it, we have a beetle. Tell you when you need to push buttons. You don't know where I live. You can't do local co-op with me. So let's see. What do I need to do here? I'm trying to think how to do this. So you can push the stack into the wall like this. What do we want to confirm as we do this? Yeah, this looks absolutely ridiculous. What are we trying to confirm here? What's our hippo thesis? Standard critter hug against the wall. So if we were to do this with an arrow trap against the wall, what do we think happens? Does Liz get hit like the green character, the snivy one? Or does it like chain all the way to the dung beetle and the dung beetle gets hit, after which all of the players are not against the wall anymore? So, God mode off. I said God mode off. I have no clip on. Hold on, there we go. Okay. I turn the hitboxes on. Okay, so here's our standard case. Come on. Yeah, this is so cursed. I don't know what to expect. Do I think it'll chain? Or do I think it's just a single level of recursion? I want to guess. I want to take a guess based on what I know about this game and how they program it. Did they recurse, or do they blindly apply the damage to the first character? You think no chain? What I'm wondering is who is responsible for the damage? Because the arrow hits a player. The question is it the arrow's state machine that says, okay, go to the held item? Or does the player redirect the damage to the held item? At which point, the next player would take the damage and redirect it to their held item. I'm going to say it doesn't chain. I don't think it chains. I think the arrow is responsible for this stack. What is... the fuck is... oh god. Oh, I'm glad you got some value out of that emote. I think it's not going to chain. I think it hits Snivy, look, the green player. That's my theory for what happens here. But I'm also not like certain. I'm very uncertain about this. This could go two ways, so let's find out. It hit Rafi. The fuck? It hit Rafi. Rafi is at the top of the stack before the bug. No one expected this answer. Rafi is holding the dung beetle. The dung beetle, I think the dung beetle is dead. Let's see. I don't know if I could check it. I think it might have 0 health because it took that hit. Where is it? Health, yeah, the dung beetle's dead. But Rafi got hit. Okay, let's think about this. Why would that happen? And who else is going to get hit? So nobody else took damage. It's a little hard to see up here. Rafi took that hit. The person at the end of the stack. The dung beetle also took the hit. But the arrow didn't break. There it goes. The arrow broke on the arrow did break. Rafi took the arrow hit and broke it. Or wait, no, that's blood. Yeah, the dung beetle died. Shouldn't be here anymore. Yeah, the dung beetle's dead. So after that, let's see. I cannot tell what state my character is in right now. I think I'm stunned. Am I stunned? No, I'm not stunned yet. No, we're not stunned. It gives player 1 the immunity, but Rafi doesn't get said immunity. You think that's... Oh my fucking... I think you're right. Hold on, okay, let me put this in words. Okay, so the arrow hits player 1. Player 1 says, nah fam, pass it up the stack. Player 2 says, no, pass it up the stack. Player 3, no, pass it up the stack. Rafi, no, pass it up the stack. It hits the dung beetle. And then the arrow says, okay, I finished my collision with player 1. Who do I hit? And it picks the player with the lowest entity ID, which is player 4, Rafi. And Rafi gets hit later during that frame. This game... So we were very, like, there were a lot of things wrong. It did chain. I didn't think it would chain, but I wasn't certain. I was very on the fence about that. I did not, like, realize this would happen. That doesn't make sense, though. Why doesn't that make sense? I think this makes sense, and usually I'm the one that's confused by this. And then we get hit by the broken one. Like, the order of the stack was from, let's see. Rafi was on the top of the stack. Let me set this up so that we can visualize this a little more easily. This makes sense to me, but it might not after whatever you say. We had this, and we had the beetle. This is the order of the stack that we had. So what happened here in this situation was everybody was being held by something else, so they were not eligible to get hit. Dung beetle can't get hit by the arrow. Neither can Rafi, Valerie, or Liz. I can get hit because I'm at the bottom of the stack. I'm the only player with a valid, like, collidable hitbox for the arrow. The arrow hits me. I say, damage the thing I'm holding. Liz is damage the thing I'm holding. Valerie, damage what I'm holding. Rafi, damage what I'm holding. Dung beetle dies because it can't pass through that damage. Then, within the same frame, the game collides with Rafi. The question then would be, why did Rafi... That is a good question. Why did Rafi get hit in the same frame if he has a lower entity ID? He should have failed the check first. The arrow was still intact, but I think the question is... Why did the arrow not check in the order of Rafi, Liz... Or Rafi, Valerie, Liz, and then me? Yeah, I see the confusion here. Like, we have a partial answer to the question, but not the full answer. The arrow should have, in collision order, tried Rafi, failed, succeeded, which got passed up to the dung beetle, at which point Rafi has already been evaluated for collision by the arrow. Why did it try again? And this, we could be getting into, like, the bowels of the collision engine. Maybe it does multiple passes. Like, maybe there's more to it than this. Like, when Rafi got, like, freed... Well, Rafi didn't get freed. Yeah, Rafi was held the whole time. But the arrow was on top of him. He would have been the first thing to get hit after the collision had processed here. But he's being held. So why was he ever eligible to get hit? Rafi never left my hands. The only thing that the arrow did was hit the beetle. So no, we don't have an answer. Why did Rafi get freed? Why did Rafi become eligible to get hit by the arrow at all? That's the question. That's what I don't understand. Not like why he got hit in the same frame. Why did he get hit at all? He should have stayed in the stack of players and remained unhittable from the arrow. But he didn't. And I don't know why. That doesn't... Yeah, I'm going to stack them in a different order. I'm going to swap Valerie and Rafi for the next one, and I'm going to see if Rafi still gets hit. So I need to give them all health. Let's see here. That didn't work. Why did that not work? Is this not enumerable, or I didn't put an end? That's what I didn't do. Yeah, everyone has 99 health, so... What will happen here? Might be better to do this on a 2-stack and observe. I escalated. Look, man. Look, sometimes you just gotta blow your load. It's been a long night. Fine, we'll do a 2-stack. So I need to get you to pick this up. So, dung beetle... Pick up. Let's see, players. UID. Pick up the dung beetle. Okay, you're holding the dung beetle now. You better do this on a 2-stack. Imagine doing things in moderation. How dare you? The audacity of my chat. No, this is probably the right thing to do in this situation. Let's simplify it. So, entity ID order. Liz has a lower ID than I do, and then the dung beetle's at the top, but I don't think that actually matters for what we're doing here. No one's gonna get shot by this arrow, so that should be fine. I'll put a block here just to dispose of it anyways, because I don't want it to be in the way later. So I'm assuming this is definitely going to get chained to the dung beetle if our understanding of this is correct. But what happens after that? Does it hit Snivy here? Or does it go through? I think Liz is getting hit, is what's gonna happen. Looks like that's it. Yeah, Liz gets hit. In addition to the dung beetle dying on the same frame, the player also got hit. And then I'm fine. I get hit by the broken arrow like a bit later, I think. So why? Well, I don't get hit because I think all of this crap happened during the tick where the arrow was trying to hit me and got deflected to what I was holding. But I don't know why the thing I was holding. Let's put something else at the top of the stack and see what happens. So let's put Rafi at the top of the stack and see if that changes anything. I'm still streaming. Look, I've lost control of my life. This is too interesting. This is too stupid. Okay, we're putting Valerie at the stack. All right, so what happens here? We know that it's going to hit Valerie for sure, like the purple one on the top. But this time it's not a dung beetle. I think Liz does not get hit. I think only Valerie takes the hit and then the arrow breaks. That's what I think happens. I think only Valerie gets hit and the arrow breaks and nobody else gets hit. Let me reset all their health. All right, so we're dropping. Yep, that is exactly what happened. And the player was not knocked out of my hands by that interaction. I'm still holding the other player. Okay, so it has something to do with the dung beetle or having any non-corpse object in your hands after this interaction occurs. Seems to result in also whoever's on top of the stack getting hit. Now let's shuffle the entity IDs. So we're gonna do it with the dung beetle, but this time the IDs are in a different order. And I want to see if this plays out any differently. So we got our dung beetle. So I'm going to pick up Valerie, who's going to pick up Liz, who's going to pick up the beetle. So player 3 needs to pick up. I'm going to just do this. This will pick up a dung beetle in the level. If it's not, even if it's not the one I want, I don't really care. Greater dung beetle. We need to just pick up the first one. We're going to assume there's one in the level. Okay, so that is the only one in the level. Or that's the one I picked, which it would have probably grabbed a different one first. I think I still have the pest control mod on, so that's probably why there aren't any more. Okay, so we do that, and then player 2 needs to pick up player 3. I think I have a shorthand for that already. Let me reset their health while I'm here. There it is. Okay, so player 3 picks up player... No, I did that wrong. Hold on. Valerie, put that down. Yeah, Liz needs to pick that up. Player 2 needs to pick that up. You pick up the dung beetle. How far am I up the stack? There we go. I set the wrong player. Okay, you grab the dung beetle. And then player 3 picks up 2, and then player 1 picks up 3. Okay, what do we think is going to happen here? No, these are not like rhetorical questions. I legitimately don't know. I'm curious. Doesn't count from 0. Everything in Lua counts from 1, which is really fucking annoying, but it is what it is. And that's how the API works as well. There's actually conversions in Overlunky to change like certain values to count from 1, so that if you do like an enumerator over it, it'll work correctly in Lua. Okay, so let's see. So we have a prediction that, okay, people think Liz and the Dung Beetle are going to get hit, even though Liz has a higher entity ID than Valerie. What do I think is going to happen? I think you're right. I think entity ID order doesn't matter in this situation. So I think Liz and the Dung Beetle's gonna die, and then Liz is going to get hit by the arrow, I think is what's going to happen. And I'm inclined to believe that if these players didn't leave bodies, then that this would cascade further down the stack, is kind of like what I'm tempted to believe would happen, but I'm not sure. I wonder if that's what plays into it. Yeah, frozen player, but they drop their held item. I think you can give them an item after they're frozen. We could probably force this. I'm wondering if there's any held... Oh, we never tested the caveman either. I definitely want to test that. But, oh god, we've been doing this for so long. So yeah, Snivy got hit. Entity ID does not matter. The beetle got hit. And I'm willing to assume at this point that if that arrow was able to pierce these players, it would hit all of them, but it breaks on the first collision. Because we did this with 2 players, right? Like I did this and this still happened. Let me double check that scenario because I forgot. I think this still happened with just 2 players. So Green, you pick this up. Actually, let's just do it with this one. I think I did this already, but I'm gonna check it again anyways to make absolutely certain that we've got this right. So this should also hit Valerie in addition. That's what I think is going to happen here. Yeah, and it does. So it looks like the immunity does not extend to everybody else in the stack, only the person at the bottom. Despite the fact that I have the highest entity ID and would be the last thing evaluated by this arrow, I think something about it causes it to go back to the other players and be able to hit them, even though they're being held in my hands and should not be able to directly get hit by the arrow. That does bring up a point that I want to test, though. Can the player stack get hit by the arrow if I do not get hit by it? Like, is the stack itself, like, tangible? Does that immunity only extend to, like, one thing? So let's reconstruct it. Let's rebuild it. This is so much better with these commands than doing this with normal inputs. Thank you, Tastel. Okay, so what we're going to try to do here is set this up in such a way that the arrow would skim the top of, like, Rafi's head, but it would not hit me. It shouldn't work. This should not hit the player stack, but I'm confused as to why we've been seeing the results that we have. So let's go ahead and set it off. This video game is stupid. So I wonder then, what is it doing? Why is it... Okay, who got hit here? So this hit Valerie. Let's zoom in a little bit. Let's enhance. It's very hard to see through this clusterfuck of hitboxes. This is player 1. This is player 2. That's player 3. Player 3 got skimmed by the arrow. And... Wait, did it hit... No, player, who's stunned here? No, Valerie was missing health from the previous tests. Rafi got hit. This hit Rafi. So the arrow would have touched both of them. Rafi is being held. So it picked Valerie, but Valerie is also being held. Why was Valerie eligible to get hit at all? I'm very confused. So I think Valerie got hit and the shot got deflected to Rafi in that situation. Let's do this with a little bit more precision. Let me zoom out a bit. Every single time I think I understand how this works, I am wrong. I need ropes. Let me reset all their health as well. Cool. It could also be that Rafi got hit before Valerie. That is possible. We tested this with certain things, but I wonder if other like live bodies can take an arrow before the arrow even hits you. Which would explain then a little bit of this jank. So let's see here. Let's get another rope in. So I'm gonna activate the arrow trap, and then I'm gonna have to very carefully. Actually, we can do the math on this now. Where's the top of Rafi's hitbox? Okay, the top of his hitbox is not high up enough, so I'm gonna move up for 1 frame. Let's see where it wound up. Okay, Rafi will get hit by this arrow, but nobody else will. I wonder if the stack will set it off automatically like players usually do. Does it treat the whole stack as one entity, giving immunity? Arrow piece is through until it hits a body. Well, I mean, it shouldn't hit anything. I don't know. I'm not sure if I understand that, and I'm not sure if that's correct. How does this work with mummies? Holding player to heal the... I don't think this is the same because the mummy flies are destroyed when they touch almost anything in the game with collision. I don't think this is like a... I don't think there's a parallel here. I don't feel like the mummies are the same scenario. Like, the mummy works because stuff in your hands interacts with the flies, as opposed to most other things that don't interact with stuff in your hands. But it sounds like, I guess, arrows can hit things in your hands, but sometimes... I don't know, there's no consistency to this game. Like, this is why I get so frustrated sometimes when I do normal runs and I get killed by an interaction like this. It feels like you know the rules of the game, and then you don't. So this time, Rafi, who's in my hands, just set it off, at least indirectly. But Rafi did not get hit by the arrow. He's at the top of the stack right now. There's nothing in his hands. He is being held. Rafi did not hit that. Yeah, laser traps hit mines in your hands. Like, it's dumb shit like that where, like, I feel like Derek, you looks at situations like the laser trap in your hands and thinks, haha, that was funny. But as a player with 3,000 hours in this game, I think that's fucking stupid. Why is that interaction inconsistent? So I don't know. Apparently we had, like, different visions for what this game should be. It's frustrating to have to deal with this kind of stuff, but at least we can do science to try to understand it. You tested hitting your heels to see clearly if it goes all the way up. I could hit my heels. Let me work my way up from the bottom for this one. So it goes off just seeing Rafi because of reasons. That arrow is overlapping his hitbox, but it does not collide with him. He does not get hit by this arrow. Let's move up just enough. Let's see, we did the Valerie test already. Maybe let's do this. Let's do the heels now, you're right. Let's move on to that. So let's try the heels test. So where are my feet? I'm too high. Move down a bit. I accidentally pressed jump. Okay, where are we now? Same spot. That should work. Yeah, the arrows, that'll work. That'll definitely hit me. We're in by like 1/100th of a unit, which should be enough because the arrow is taller than that. So let's go ahead and set this off. If the arrow trap triggers, that means that we're in. I don't know anymore either. Look, I feel like every second I feel like I understand what's going on here. I don't. It's gone. I lose it. Maybe this collision is like slightly narrower than the arrow, so it doesn't trigger. I'm gonna move down for 1 frame. Maybe the trigger is just ever so slightly smaller than the arrow. I don't have a good way to measure the height of this, because that's just drawn by Spelunky. That's not an entity. So I'm gonna move down for 1 frame. Okay, who does that hit? Alright, so it hit my feet. It's going to, I think, hit the second player eventually, but it hasn't yet. And that got bumped all the way up to Rafi. Only Rafi took that hit. And then the arrow broke. Like, the arrow broke over here. It literally never even touched his collision model. I don't have any answers. I don't feel like I properly understand this interaction. We know that it chains all the way to the top of the stack, but after the, like, initial chain behavior is done, it just kind of, the whole thing just kind of breaks down, and then the arrow is sometimes able to hit, like, something else. The arrow broke, so I do wonder then, maybe we could freeze everybody in the stack. Or maybe just Rafi. Yeah, let's freeze Rafi. That's what we're gonna do next. He's having a good time, by the way. Look, he's smiling. He's having a great time. Let's freeze Rafi and do this exact same test again. So let me not rearm the trap just yet. Let me equip Rafi. Give everybody their health back. With the command that works, not the shitty one. There we go. Okay. So we're holding Rafi again. Wait for him to wake up. Frozen Rafi while holding. I'm gonna have to figure out how to force him to hold a critter while frozen. Let's do this first test here. Let's give him an Ankh as well, because he's gonna probably die as a result of this interaction. So let's see, player 4033. Hopefully they fix this. I think Dragu was like watching the stream where I pointed out the crash that happens when you mess with the power-ups, because that got fixed like immediately after that stream. It was removing power-ups that caused the crash, and then there was just a patch note in like the Overlunky Nightly that was like, yeah, we fixed that. So let's see, we gave Rafi an Ankh now. So let's go ahead and freeze him. I think if you just spawn a freeze shot on something in your hands, that just freezes them. I don't know if it'll drop him. I guess let's see what happens. Let me aim a freeze shot like this and see what it does. It drops him, I think. Yeah, it's Rafi. It's dropping. Okay, so I'm gonna. Oh, my bad. Oh, did I stomp? Did I stomp him? Oh, did I stomp Rafi? Oh, my bad. That's a very flashbang. That's a very intuitive interaction. Yes, that's exactly what I would have expected to happen there. By the way, I don't want to have there be more than one Ankh in the game, because the Ankh, like, bugs the hell out if you do that. So we only want Rafi to have the Ankh right now. I had to fucking rebuild the whole stack because it teleports everyone back to spawn. Okay, so I'm going to have to put Rafi back in the player's hands after I freeze him. We're getting mileage out of that emote. I was so lazy, I didn't even bother picking up Rafi myself. I was like, I just do the command. Okay, so let's do the full stack interaction where only I'm in the way of the arrow. So what is the bottom of my hitbox looking like? That'll do it. That should also trigger it, so I don't think I have to move down any further. So what we need to do is freeze Rafi and then really quickly put him back in a player's hands. So I just need to make sure that Rafi is the thing that gets hit by this freeze shot. I didn't pause the game. Hey chat, you want to see me do that again? You want to see me do that a third time? Maybe a fourth time? Ankh. Okay, let's do this correctly. I needed a frame advance that time, and I did not. I could do this in this order. It don't matter. None of this matters. Okay, we got our player stack. This is so stupid. Where's my life come to? Alright, what's the bottom of our hitbox? That's good, that'll work. We're in frame advance mode this time. Let's freeze Rafi. Where's the spawn, actually? Okay, it's stationary. I need to turn off grid snap. Can I move it around now? Excellent. Let's put that bad boy right there. Okay, Rafi's frozen, so let's put him back. There we go. Now let's arm the arrow trap. So what do we think is going to happen here? I think Rafi dies. You know what? The Ankh cutscene might intercept this. Let me take away his Ankh. The Ankh is gonna fuck with this, yeah. Let me take away his Ankh. We can use a player coffin to get him back in the same level, I think. So let me take his Ankh away. Yeah, that's gonna cause problems. Because it's going to, I think, intercept his death and teleport everyone away, and then no one else is going to get hit by the arrow, potentially, depending on when in the frame that happens. Like, I think the Ankh cutscene does advance the game engine by 1 frame, but I don't know what can happen during that frame. Alright, here it is. Does this crash? It's not fixed. Dragu, please fix. There was something about this in the patch notes. Let me make sure I have the latest version before I tell Dragu, please fix. I'm downloading the latest version of Overlunky for sure. Download latest build. Okay, we 100% have the latest Overlunky now. Let's try that again. I should be able to get back to this state really fast because funny task tool. What are we playing as? Beeper. Alright, Overlunky. God, I died 12 hours, folks. I think this might be one of my longest streams ever. The ride never ends. Did I not? Oh, I didn't toggle the thing. Yeah, I understand the risks. I wrote this script. If this breaks my computer, I have no one to blame but myself. The only reason it needs safe mode is because it has to save files to your disk. Because I don't want to put all that in the settings file. Maybe I'll convince the tool devs to add like a folder that you can just write to without needing special permissions, but until then, that's how this is going to work. So again, we're using the task tool. Specifically because it allows me to set up a 4-player game without having to configure their controls. Very convenient. There's Manfred. This is Valerie, Rafi. Yeah, good. We'll just keep the same ones. Dead Beef. That was a good seed. I liked that seed. Alright, so create it. Warp. There we go. We can probably just set this up over here, I think. Luckily, it cached all this information, but yeah, apparently that's not fixed yet, so I don't know what the problem is with that. Don't trust that remove button, apparently, it just crashes. I'll have to check the patch notes to figure out why that's not fixed. Or again, maybe it is fixed and I'm just a dumbass and I wasn't using the latest Overlunky, but I thought I was. I keep that updated. I have the auto updates turned off, but I check on it every time they post about an update, so I'm not sure why that happened. I should have had latest, but I'm fully willing to believe I somehow didn't. I would not put it past myself. Alright, so we're doing the Frozen Rafi test again. Only Valerie is, or not Valerie, only Beefer is in range to actually get hit by this. The fuck did I just do? I typed it in wrong. Well, let me break the stack. Let's break the stack and reassemble. Player 1 holds player 2. Player 2 holds player 3. I pressed enter. Oh my god. I don't know how much longer I could do this today, guys. I pressed enter, and I made player 2 hold player 2. That's a crash. That's a paddling. You better believe that's a paddling. Okay, speedrun. Speedrun start now. Overlunky, launch, go. There's Overlunky. Scripts. Pass tool. I understand the risks. Whatever. Scripts. Where's the other one? Pest control. I don't want to deal with mobs. Mobs? What am I playing? Fucking Minecraft? Alright, that's enabled. We're good to go. New tasks. It remembered. It saved my settings. Gotta love it. Warp. Let's warp from the game so that player 1's controls are definitely set up. Because otherwise they might not be. Okay, we warp. We close this. We very carefully. 1 holds 2. 2, 3. 3, 4. Rid of all this crap. Arrow trap. I accidentally clicked out of the window. Not out of the window. Can I get this back on? There we go. I clicked the camera off screen and it just snapped some random crap. Okay. Let me block this off for a second so I can use the ropes. Let me also give everyone infinite health again. Not infinite. Okay, let's get ourselves lined up and then destroy that block. So what is the bottom of my hitbox looking like? We're gonna freeze Rafi, and we're gonna see if this works. That's too high. That'll work. Okay, Rafi. And let's get a freeze shot. Is grid snapping back on? Yes, it is. Let's turn that off. I'm gonna wait till I see the... Here's God mode. I'm gonna wait till I see the ice cage before I, like, go for it. Game... why? I don't like this feature. I want it to be the last thing I typed in this box, not the last thing I touched. There's the ice cage. Why did Valerie get moved to the front? That's definitely Rafi that's frozen. Right? Who's frozen? Who owns this ice cage? Hold on. Let's see. Okay, so that's me. Not frozen. Items not frozen. Valerie is not frozen. I guess just dropping Rafi like somehow changed their holding state for some reason. I don't know why. Well, let's go fix this. Okay, Rafi is being held now. All right, so this is going to only hit the person at the bottom. It's going to hit Beefer, Manfred, my player. What happens? Nobody has an Ankh and no one has God mode. And the theory here is Rafi is going to die for sure. Like, Rafi shatters, and then Valerie gets stunned, and everyone else is fine. Okay, so I think, yeah, Rafi just died. Valerie has not taken any damage. Now Valerie took the hit. That's not right. That's me taking the second tick from the arrow. It should have happened in the same frame. That's what it was doing previously. This doesn't seem right, does it? The arrow should have killed Rafi and hit Valerie on the same frame. But it didn't. It only killed Rafi. And then it said it was done. So this means that the arrow actually needs to be overlapping the thing it hits on the same frame. Yeah, I'm not hugging the trap. So this is different from the hugging the trap scenario. Because Beefer is the only thing getting hit by this arrow. So I transferred the damage up to Rafi. Rafi died. No one else is getting hit. Like, the arrow said, okay, done colliding with player 1. No one else gets hit by the arrow during this frame. The question then we still don't have an answer to is, why do held players sometimes get hit by the arrow but not other times? We did a test earlier where Rafi was the only person that could collide with the arrow. Rafi didn't get hit by the arrow. But we had another test where Valerie got hit by the arrow and it transferred to Rafi. And everyone's gonna get stunned here. Let me move everyone out. Okay, I need to get Rafi back. So let's spawn a coffin. And let's see. I think it's player respawn. Where did that, I just pressed enter. Where did that go? Half of my keyboard inputs are getting dropped right now. Wait, I'm lagging. Oh, what the hell? What's my frame rate? What is happening right now? What is this game doing? No, frame rate's fine now. I don't understand what was going on with that. I was trying to type in this box and it was just like one character at a time every few seconds. Okay, so this is gonna mess with the entity ID order. But that doesn't really matter. So we got Rafi back. Let's give everybody full health again. I think I'm gonna have to call it pretty soon here. We'll have to do a part 2 on this. Let's do like 1 or 2 more tests. So let's put together the stack. Oh my god, what has my life come to? Believe me, if I didn't want to do this, I would have stopped already. I want to know this information, but I did not think this was going to go this long. I did not think the rabbit hole of hugging arrow traps was this deep. Like, when I started doing this, I thought, oh, it's just, oh, you just, like, hold a critter in front of it, and the arrow just goes through you. It's probably just, like, the first frame of the arrow. There is so much more to this than I had realized. Like, this rabbit hole is a chasm of, like, horrible Spelunky content that I have to explore now. But we are gonna stop really soon here. I'm losing it. Like, I'm losing my goddamn mind doing this. So we just tested this scenario. I'm gonna move down far enough that Liz can get hit by the arrow trap instead and see if that interaction happens. And I think we might stop after this. We're gonna have to pick this up later. I cannot keep doing this for this late, so here's what's going to happen. We have Liz and player 1 at the very bottom of the stack. So if Rafi is frozen, then the arrow will not break. And that's the important part. We could give Rafi a beetle instead of freezing him, and I think that'll have the same effect, so let's do that. Let's give Rafi a dung beetle. And so we don't have to freeze him, but that means basically the player at the top of the stack is not going to take the shot. The beetle will. The arrow will say it's done, and then it will decide what to hit next during that frame, which might be player 2, is my theory. Where is the command that I ran to do this? I had this really cool command. There it is. You can't stay up any longer. Have fun. We're done here. I'm gonna watch the clip after this, and we're gonna call it. This is the last test that we're doing. Whether or not that keeps you here, that's fine. I understand. This is the last one. I cannot do this anymore. It is like 4 a.m. Oh my goodness. I have lost control of my life. Okay, how do I refresh this arrow trap? I think this is a new one. I don't remember when I crashed my game. I think this is a new arrow trap, so... 160. Rearm. It's going to shoot immediately. Alright folks, what happens? I don't even know. We're not even going to do this guess anymore. Let's just do it. Let's see what happens. So the dung beetle just died. Then who got hit? Then Rafi got hit. Rafi gets it. So it doesn't seem to have done anything with Liz. It's still... I mean, I guess we don't really know. We don't really know if this chained through Liz or Beefer. But on the first frame of the impact, nobody got hit except the beetle. So it could have been either of these two. I think player 1 got hit on the second frame and once again sent it through to who was at the top of the stack, which was Rafi on the second frame. We would have to set up a stack of like things carrying objects that do not leave bodies, which in theory you could do. I think you can freeze a player, I believe, and then give them an entity to hold. So let's be clear, we're not going to do that. I'm just going to see whether or not a frozen entity can hold another entity. That's all I'm going to test here. We're done with the rest of this. This is going to be for the future. I'm going to freeze myself and then try to put the beetle in my hand. And we're going to see if the beetle stays in my hands. That's the only thing I want to test here. So here we go. Let's give myself the dung beetle. If I drop it immediately, that means that's not viable. Otherwise, we have something we could try in the future. I appear to be holding the beetle. Yeah, it's coming with me. Alright, so you can definitely give the beetle to a player that's frozen, and that means we can create a stack of players that don't leave bodies. So that'll be on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. For now, we need to stop this. We need to stop this madness. I have been streaming for 12 hours. This is the cliffhanger. It's gonna be a part 2. I'm gonna cut these VODs tomorrow. There's no way I'm doing this tonight. I might cut the AJE tonight because I want to submit that, but... oh boy. The next episode is not going to be tomorrow, by the way. It's going to be whenever I stream again, which will hopefully be less than 2 weeks from now, but we'll see how that goes. So I mean, this is something to think on, chat. Anybody who's like really invested in this bizarre situation, I'm going to make a note here of what's left to test. So I want to test the 4-player stacks, but if you can think of anything off stream, it would be interesting to know, like, what we think is going on. But keep in mind, if you tell me anything off stream, I'm not gonna like launch the game to test it. I want to do this on stream. I think we have too much invested in this for me to just solve the mystery like on my own time. So this will probably be on the next stream of Spelunky that I do. The next stream will either be Astroneer, Spelunky, or the task tool specifically. We will most likely not do any science during the task tool stream. I'll reiterate some of that while I do my outro here, but let me finish my notes. If anybody else has any notes you think I have like completely missed, then please go for it. But I want to test the 4-player stacks, specifically with frozen players, so they don't leave bodies. And see what the order is. Don't leave bodies. Current behavior seems unintuitive. Because I don't understand why the arrow is able to hit a player that is being held by somebody else after the first player is like done processing. Why do arrows sometimes hit held players? That's really the mystery we need to solve here. Like, why is it able to hit another player on that frame? Yeah, the middle player specifically can get hit by the arrow. The player on top cannot. The player on the bottom deflects the shot to the player on top. But if it hits somebody in the middle, for some reason, they deflect it to the top, but then they also get hit by the arrow during the same frame. And that's the thing that I don't understand, why that's happening. Spelunky 3 by Cosine, if they hire me, I guarantee the game will work better than this one does, but I don't know that we're getting a Spelunky 3. They've specifically stated they're probably not going to do that, and unlike the Terraria team, I believe them. Terraria team will keep updating until the end of time, but I don't know about Spelunky. This might be the end for this franchise, and honestly, I'm kind of okay with that if, like, the modding community can keep adding content to this game. Like, once the game stabilizes and they stop changing it, the modding community can like go ham without worrying about anything ever breaking again, and we can kind of like just make our own expansions to this video game. So it'd be nice to see that happen. I very much hope that Spelunky 2 doesn't die if it like never gets updated again. I hope it just kind of remains like a cult classic, and there's always a community of people that are just kind of poking at it, doing speed runs, making mods for it. That's very much where I hope this game will go, because honestly, every time they update this game, they make it worse. Maybe it's time if they stopped updating it. Okay, I also want to check cavemen. Yeah, I want to check cavemen holding items for this arrow trap interaction. I wonder if cavemen deflect the shot to their held item, because cavemen wearing telepacks do not get the safety teleport, so like some player behaviors do not translate over to cavemen holding player-based items. And I wonder how this behavior works for cavemen. So cavemen holding, if you force them to hold critters, I'm not sure if they can normally hold anything in the monster table, but I wonder if it would work if they do. I don't think there's any living thing a caveman could pick up. Let's see, anything else related to 4 stacks that we want to test in the future? Percy. Pets, you're right. Yep, you're absolutely right. They can specifically pick up pets. Thank you. Good. I had not thought of that. I think pets might be the only one. But I mean, I was wrong when I assumed that there were no entities, so I could be wrong. There could be more, but you're right. They can pick up pets. So that would be the case where this happens. I wonder if they can, like, cause this interaction. That said, they cannot pick up anything that doesn't leave a body. I'm almost certain. I'll try it anyways, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head they could pick up that doesn't leave a body. Frozen pet? Can they pick up frozen pets? They're fucking night. I don't know why. It's too late in the night for me. Like, why didn't I think of that? We've been testing that this whole time. Honestly, you know, we just do this one now. Okay, he needs to fall in front of it. Well, yeah, I mean, we got our answer. We don't have to write this one down now. It's the same exact interaction. The cat ate the shot, and then the arrow was like outside of the caveman's hitbox before it could damage him. Well, there's a contrived scenario for anyone who was wondering. You can take that off the list now.